Greetings, 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 greetings. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Tuesday, March 22nd, 10:44 a.m. Running a little late here today, about an hour after the opening here. The market opened about an hour ago, about an hour and 15 minutes ago. But man, the market has been running since it's been open, you guys. And this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's get started here right away. Nothing to really be really catching you guys up on. If you've been seeing like I've been sitting here watching it this whole morning. A little busy here, like I said, running late, but been watching it go up here this whole morning here. Was also in a position, a couple positions just got out, took out everything. Still holding some plays here. Sitting here just trying to get right here, man. Just trying to get right. Just a little quick 15% today from the Amazonians. Shout out to Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to Amazon. Shout out to Microsoft, man. The market is moving up here. Um, Shout out to Nike, man. Shout out to Nike. I got some homies in the Discord. Y'all holding them Amazon golden tickets, ain't y'all? Ain't y'all? You holding them 3350s. Yeah, man. I was trying to tell some people yesterday that's probably possibly where they could go by Friday. Didn't look like it was gonna happen yesterday. Probably was non-believable when I said that. But yeah, right there now, only about $47 away. You guys hang tight. You're about there. You're about there. Just also had a client just exited right about where it's at now. That was the break even. Put it a little early maybe, but you know how it is. Whatever. Who cares? You make your profit. You making money. It's all that matters. All that other shit don't matter. So at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, the market is going up. Amazon's going crazy. They're up 75, man. Stock split is going crazy over there. Up 2% here. Like I said, they're doing things the market is not even thinking about right now. They're going crazy, you guys. I wish they all could get on board like this, like man, like Tesla and everybody else. But it looks like all the other names are still struggling to break resistance. So kind of just sitting here waiting on that. But with all that being said, let's get into the description and disclaimer here. This is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, man, let's get on right into it. We got some briefings going on, I'm sure. I think that what's her name? I forgot her name. The African American judge that just got into the little stuff there. She has to continue her little hearing. I think it's like a 3-day hearing. Yesterday was the first day. Today's the second day. It might be live right now. The indices are in the green here. The Dow's up 79%. The S&P 500 is up 1.02%. The Nasdaq is leading the way up, of course, 1.69%. The Russell 2000 is 1.28% up. And the volatility is down, you guys. The market is taking advantage of that. The VIX is at $22.94. The VIX is down 2.51%. The market is running literally what I've been stating and preaching to the choir for about 4 or 5 months now. I've been telling you guys the market will reverse when the VIX come down. I've been telling you guys as long as the VIX stay up, the market was going to go down. And we're just seeing it all happen and take place, man. It's really exciting to just talk your money into positions and then it starts happening. Like I said, I'm also an analyst and a paid analyst for a Discord community. So been helping them out for about 4 or 5 months now, and they've been hitting, man. Everybody's been hitting. People around me been hitting. People in my family. Everybody's just been hitting, man. The market's just been doing good. Whether it's been going down or now that it's starting to go up. You know what I'm saying? People are making money here. This is how it's done, man. This is what it's all about. So yeah, like I said, I am an analyst, a paid analyst, mentor for a Discord community. And like I said, not trying to brag or toot my own horn here, but I just really want to, just thank God, man. I'm blessed. That's all I really can say. I have a mindset that I can see things before they happen. Um, and then what helps me more is I've been doing it for a while, so um, that's really just helping me the most. If you want to know, like how I be so accurate all the time, and um, you know, it's just I'm blessed, man. I'm just like I said, I seen this stuff happen for a while. Then I just got the hang of how it works, and like I said, I'm blessed, man. I have faith. I trust myself. Amazon's going crazy though, you guys. They just tagged 3310, so you guys hang tight. 3350 is definitely on the way now. Um, yeah, man, 3350 is on the way. That's next for Amazon. Tesla just got to really get over that hump of that 940. Once they do that, things will be fine there over at Tesla, if you guys were wondering. So, let me refresh everything here. But yeah, right now, like I said, we ran a little bit late. I missed the first hour live with you guys. I obviously seen it. I'm watching it, but I didn't get to record it live here. So we just tuned in about 10, 15 minutes ago. Let me get these briefings and everything set up here. We're gonna take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. Good morning again. If you just now waking up, no problem here. Early bird gets the worm here. I was actually up on time. My stream running a little bit late today though, so I do apologize. But if you're up and if you're on the live stream right now, tell a friend, tell a foe, man. We getting money over here, man. This is how you make money. If you do not want to work for somebody else, this is how you make your money work for you. You don't have to work for nobody else. That is a choice here, ladies and gentlemen. You got to start getting hit with the new age of things here. Working that's the old Stone Age way. Nothing wrong with it at all, but I'm just saying, if you do not want to work for somebody else, it's really just boils down to you taking your effort in your own brain and putting it and really focusing on doing this. You know what I'm saying? You can't take this lightly. You can't be doing this and taking this lightly, because if you mess up, then you don't have nothing to back this. So keep that in mind. The people that do have stuff to back this, when you mess up, you have something to back it, so you're not messing up. So be happy for that. Stop complaining. Cut all the BS out. If you really want to just do this and you don't want to work for somebody else, take this serious. That's just what it is. You cannot say I want to do this and don't want to work for nobody else. It's not going to work, because you got to take it serious. You got to take it serious. You can't just do this. You got to take it serious. That's what it boils down to. You got to be willing to listen, no matter who it's from. If it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. You can tell if somebody's telling you wrong, and you can tell if somebody's steering you right. Now, I can at least, but at the end of the day, if you want to take this serious and you want to really make your money work for you, and you don't want to work for nobody else, take this serious, you guys. Lock in, build a long term. Respect others. Respect others. Like I said, some people have been doing this their whole life, so you got to get that type of series. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of series you want to be. You don't want to just be playing around with this type of stuff, man. This is real money involved. You can really become a millionaire here legally. I know people feel like there's no way in the world you can become a millionaire without just having a regular basic job. That's not true. You can invest your money, ladies and gentlemen. Some people think you got to do scratch offs. That's not true. You can invest your money, ladies and gentlemen. Doing a scratch off is 1-2% chance. Doing this right here, it's 50-50, but it's really about 80-20 if you're really doing your research and you're listening and following the charts and numbers, ladies and gentlemen. That's enough, though. I'm done preaching here. We're going to get started here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. The Dow is up 80%. The S&P 500 is up 1% here. The Nasdaq's up 1.72. The Russell's up 1.26. The VIX is still down 2.38. Bitcoin right here is on the high here. Bitcoin's over 40K, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check and see where Ethereum is at. Ethereum is over 3,000, ladies and gentlemen. Nike had a good earnings. They went up about $8, I think. Let's double check it here. Yeah, they did. They went up about $8. They're holding it here. They're starting to go sideways. They're fading here, but they're holding it. They're holding this little $5, but it's really fading. It's going sideways. Nothing too big of a payment. Probably would have had to get that first breakout there at the first 5 minutes. It looks like they haven't retested that high yet. Nike hasn't retested the high from the morning, so still hanging on to that right there. The video's on the high here, just tagged 271. Looks like they really want to reclaim 300. Like I said, it's a lot of stocks here on the high here, but nobody's breaking resistance like Amazon, man. Amazon is just going crazy, you guys. Amazon is just going crazy, man. Everybody's so excited. Look at this, man. Look at this, man. Amazon's just going crazy, man. We do still have some options here, you guys, but Amazon's going crazy, man. They're really just going crazy, man. They're really just going crazy, man. That's just really all I can say about these fuckers. I really have no other words to tell you, but they're really just going crazy, man. And I really like. It's just insane how they go sometimes, man. It really is, man. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Amazon's going crazy. We're gonna try to find some briefings here. Um, let's see here. What the fuck is this shit, bro? Like, really? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just really still trying to find briefings. Let me see. So it looks like, oh, okay, I'll let you guys know this again. I showed this yesterday. It's really not a lot of news going on today either. We got some Fed speakers talking. Not Powell. Powell talks again tomorrow. So hopefully he don't spook this rebound from he spooked it yesterday and basically rebound from what he said yesterday and it's up higher. So hopefully he don't re-spook it tomorrow. He talks again tomorrow, but that's tomorrow. But the top 5 things to really be known is the Russia-Ukraine headline still rolling. That war's still going on. They're trying to find peace here. Fed speakers talking today, a couple of them today. I don't know their names actually. Powell talks tomorrow. I told you. U.S. durable goods, PMI service numbers come out. All this data's coming out towards the end of the week, either tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. You got earnings. Nike already reported here. Nike to beat. They're up. That's positive. Adobe reports today after hours. Adobe Technology reports today after hours, ladies and gentlemen. They're actually running here. Before I start the briefings here, just trying to catch up everything. I know I'm running a little hour late here. Just trying to get the news rolling here for you guys to give you guys an idea of what's really happening here. What's moving the market. You know, this news, this economic data, and then you got a lot of briefings here. So if you're just now tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just giving you guys the weekly rollout here of what's happening, and you can catch up yourself later on and see what's what here. But we're gonna play the briefings after I go through this data with you guys. So it looks like new home sales on Wednesday. That's tomorrow. Come out. Jobless claims numbers come out Thursday. Durable goods orders come out Thursday. Manufacturing PMI is Thursday. Service PMI Thursday. Consumer confidence Friday. Pending home sales Friday. Now like I said, we're anticipating that news right now. I see somebody in my Discord asking like, how do you keep making of 14, 15,000? It's because I keep paying myself, bro. I pay myself every time I hit, basically. Each week, every Friday, I like to pay myself if I hit. So you're seeing the same number, but the percentage gains coming in, it's new money. So you're seeing the same number, but it's new money coming in. So don't get it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. LCLD is profiting here, has been profiting for the past 3 years. That's what it's about, though. That's what I joined this business for. That's what I joined this all this for. I want to make profit. I want to help people profit. I want people to be financially stable. I want people to be financially independent. I want people to be able to not have to work for somebody else. I want people to see the true golden egg that they have inside of them. I want people to really see that they're bright, that their brain is more smarter than anybody else's brain. So when you use it, you're powerful. That's what I want people to understand and really see. So that's why connection possibly may be refreshing. So yeah, I lost connection, you guys. But what I was saying is, you use your own brain. Basically, you're powerful. You're powerful than others if you use your own brain. That's what I was saying. Like I said, I help people profit. I help myself profit. I help my company profit. But like I'm saying is, I do this off of my own strength of my own brain. So this is where all this comes from, man. And it's in you. It's inside of you. You just gotta open it up. You gotta take that key and unlock it. You must. If you don't, you'll be stuck in the same pattern rat race that you're doing every day. Why am I talking so much shit? Why am I talking my shit? Cause I did it. I was just in it. I was just in it. I escaped the rat race, you guys. I escaped the rat race. And what I mean by rat race, it don't mean necessarily being a snitch. Now, you do have some snitches that do work. I'm not no snitch, obviously. But what I'm saying is, um, the rat race can be just you working and you're not happy with what you're doing. That's a rat race. A rat race can mean somebody above you got power and they're telling you what to do, and you're doing it for cash. That's a rat race. You see what I'm saying? If you use your own dollar, use your own brain, you escape the rat race. It's that simple. That's all it is to it. Use your own brain, use your own power, be willing to listen, be willing to learn. You escape the rat race. It's that simple. Stop thinking you the shit. Stop thinking you know it all. Stop having your ego involved. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen people put their ego in this market and it gets chewed every time. I was one of them. That's why I'm talking my shit once again. I'm kind of preaching here right now. I'm giving a little bit of Bible study philo, but I mean, it is what it is. There's really nothing going on. I'm going to show these briefings to you guys. I'm running a little bit late, so that's why I'm doing this. It is 11 a.m., you guys. I've already made my money for the day, as you can see. My company's fine. Everybody's fine. Client's fine. I got some other clients in the Discord. They're fine. So I've made my cash here, fair share of my money today. So just trying to let you guys know how I keep doing this every day, how I'm going to continue to keep doing this every day, win, lose, or draw. I'm going to keep going. I won't give up until I see this 14K, say 1.4 million. That's when I'll stop. You know, you can do this as long as you want. It's about how much money you want. So that's what I'm saying. I have a limit in my head to make 1 million. Then I'll probably stop doing this shit. But until then, this ain't nothing to me. I'm not gonna stop. And even when I get to 1 million, I probably won't stop. I'm probably just saying that now because where I'm at. When I get to 1 million, I'm not gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you should be thinking. Never give up, never quit, never stop, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what it's about. Use your own brain. You're more powerful than you think you are, ladies and gentlemen. And with that being said, let me get a horn. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough Bible study here, enough philo here. Like I said, I was preaching some real spiel there, and then lost a little bit of connection. So I was just repeating what I had said before the stream got a little bit messed up there. But as of right now, Nike's coming down, you guys. So Nike is selling off their earnings. They're only up $4 now. Amazon's right here at 3,300, so that looks like they're trying to claim that resistance at 3,300, you guys. So the 3,350 is not off. It's not off the table. It might just be a little delayed. So yesterday, I thought Amazon was going to be 3,300 yesterday. See what I'm saying? It got delayed. It actually went backwards on me. I was down bad. We were a little nervous here, but we stayed strong and held through. And Amazon ended up being right back here at 3,300. So you just got to stay calm, stay patient. I don't think it'll sell off bad like it did yesterday. The only reason it sold off the middle of the day yesterday was because of Powell. So Powell's had put some little spook in the market yesterday, midday, when all that news was coming out and data was coming out. And that's what brought that down. But if you notice, like I said, they brought it right back up. So they are addressing inflation. He was correct what he said. Like, they're going to address it fastly, meaning like they'll help the market if they need to fastly. If they see it getting overbought, they need to bring it back down to still overbuy it again. They're going to just keep doing that. Is basically what he's saying. So the market, get a long term. That's what I'm telling you. The Nvidia's on the high, 272 here. Stocks can only go up from this point. If they come down, we do know the lows at this point. We just seen them. The market is off the bottom officially now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Let's go ahead and tune in. Since these briefings here, we're gonna take a quick break. Remember, you guys, Euro close is approaching here. It's 11:04 a.m., 11:05 a.m. The European market closes at 11:30. That will have an effect the United States will be in full control. That might get your push to 33.50 on Amazon, maybe 33.20. I don't know. We'll see. They might sell it off here. They might bring it back down. I don't know. We'll see here, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, between time, stay calm, stay cool, stay collective, stay patient. Patience pays, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and we're going to take a quick break. We're going to play some tunes. We're going to be right back. When the song go off, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to tune right into her. Jackpot, we found the target. She's live now. She's been live for probably about an hour. I don't know how long this is going on. We're running late here, so it's like we just going to step in the show a little bit late. Don't worry about it. It ain't really nothing that you missed. Like they said on Drumline, when you're late, when you're on time, you're late. When you're late, you're on time. So that's how I'm treating this today here. Looks like the market is respecting before I play some fire. So, man, we're going to be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We still are in the green here. Everybody's in the green spots, holding up above 446. So everything's looking very, very bullish. We're rebounding, you guys. We're taking the rebound, and we're on the fast break. We keep scoring layups. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, when the song go off. And then when the song go off, we're tuning into the briefings, and we're going to learn something and earn something. European market is approaching, you guys. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. Enjoy the live stream the rest of the day. Be safe. Be cautious. Be careful what you're picking. Listen, learn. That's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break. Still hot. One right.
I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah. One right. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather be laying in the cut, water in my view while I'm rubbing on your butt. She sucking on my balls and she ready for a nut. She fiending for a nigga, you know I had to eat it up, beat it up. Freaky stuff, I been a G and me, she expensive jewelry. Sitting courtside, bad bitch, you and me. Haha, just you and me. Well, I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me up my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. La la la, la la la, la la la. What I hear when you la la la. I don't need no lies, baby girl, it's bye bye bye. Hit the road, back up shit, it's time to slide. You should've been a honey, baby girl, friends, thought you really what I wanted. But you la la la, got me going circles crying on your line. You need to stop, this shit ain't right. I see the hurt in your eyes, I'm making right. Hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. If you ride or not, hit my phone and let me know if you ride or not. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be you and me than a lot of other bitches who be fooling me. Tryna get me from my pockets and my jewelry. Tryna take me out my spot. This shit ain't new to me. This shit ain't new to me. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be. I'd rather it be you and me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'd rather it be you and me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here. We are live right now. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, let cash accumulate over days. So right now it looks like the hearing, day 2 here, Senate hearing here for Judge Brown here has been going on for about 3 hours, ladies and gentlemen. Has been going on for about 3 hours here. Let's see here. We're gonna tune into it now and see what's going on. It's been going on for about 3 hours. I think it's a 3-day hearing yesterday, and right now. So let's tune in and see what's going on.
Declaring war on Judge Childs?
Senator, I did not.
Okay.
She's actually talking here today. That's the first time I heard her voice. Tesla's on the high, you guys. They broke 940 resistance.
I'll take it your word. But I am saying that what is your judicial philosophy?
So I have a methodology that I use in my cases in order to ensure that I am ruling impartially, and that
So your judicial philosophy is to rule impartially.
no, my judicial philosophy is to rule impartially and to rule consistent with the limitations on my authority as a judge. And so my methodology actually helps me to do that in every case.
So you wouldn't say that you're an activist judge.
I would not say that.
Okay. So we'll have 20 minutes more later on, but here's what I would say. That every group that wants to pack the court, that believes this court is a bunch of right-wing nuts that are going to destroy America, that consider the Constitution trash, all wanted you picked. And this is all I can say, is the fact that so many of these left-wing radical groups that would destroy the law as we know it declared war on Michelle Childs and supported you is problematic for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Graham. Let me mention a few points here. Congressman Jim Clyburn was a strong supporter of Michelle Childs, and now I believe he is publicly supporting your nomination. And Michelle Childs has been nominated by President Biden to be a circuit judge, and she will be considered by this committee as quickly as possible. On the issue of Guantanamo, there are currently 39 Guantanamo detainees remaining. The annual budget for Guantanamo is $540 million per year, which means each of these detainees is being held at the expense of $12 or $13 million per year. If they would be incarcerated at Florence, Colorado, the Supermax prison, federal prison, the amount would be dramatically less. Since 9/11, nearly 1,000 convicted in the United States on terrorism charges. Since 2009, with the beginning of the Obama administration, the recidivism rate of Guantanamo detainees released is 5%.
Mr. Chairman, according to the Director of National Intelligence, is 31%. Somebody is wrong here. If you're going to talk about what I said, I'm going to respond to what you said. If we close Gitmo and move them to Colorado, do you support indefinite detention under the law of war for these detainees?
I would just say I'm giving the facts. And
The answer is no.
I want to make sure that it's clear. The 31% you referred to goes back to the year 2009? 2000.
What does it matter when it goes back to? We had them and they got loose and they started killing people.
Well, I could just say that.
If you're one of the people killed in 2005, does it matter to you when we release them?
Suggest that a president of your own party released him in.
I'm suggesting the
Creating that
system has
danger.
failed miserably, and advocates to change this system, like she was advocating, would destroy our ability to protect this country. We're at war. We're not fighting a crime. This is not some passage of time event. As long as they're dangerous, I hope they all die in jail if they're going to go back and kill Americans. It won't bother me one bit if 39 of them die in prison. That's a better outcome than letting them go. And if it costs $500 million to keep them in jail, keep them in jail, because they're going to go back to the fight. Look at the friggin' Afghan government. It's made up of former detainees at Gitmo. This whole thing by the left about this war ain't working.
Let me also note that Larry Thompson, who served as Deputy Attorney General under President George W. Bush, Oren Kerr, Special Counsel, Viet Den, who served as Assistant Attorney General for Legal Policy in the George W. Bush administration, John Bellinger, and former D.C. Circuit Judge, Solicitor General, and Independent Counsel Ken Starr were also prominent conservative lawyers signing a letter defending attorneys who represented Guantanamo Bay detainees. I don't believe that we should associate that activity as being inconsistent with our constitutional values. We are going to at this point recognize Senator Feinstein and then take a break after she has completed her questioning. Senator Feinstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I just would like to compliment the witness. I think you're doing very well. And as you can see, this is a bit of a tough place. So, Judge, one of the issues that I often discuss with nominees, particularly to the Supreme Court, is the issue of abortion. I've asked the three most recent Supreme Court nominees about this issue, and so I'd like to discuss it a bit with you today. In 2017, I asked Justice Gorsuch about this during his confirmation hearing. I asked him to expand on a comment he had made about his belief that precedent is important because it adds stability to the law. In response, Justice Gorsuch reiterated his belief that precedent is important because, and I quote, once a case is settled, that adds to the determinacy of the law, end quote. He also stated that Roe has been reaffirmed many times. I also spoke with Judge Kavanaugh about this issue in 2018. I asked him whether he believes that Roe was settled wrong, and if so, whether it was correctly settled. Justice Kavanaugh said that Roe, quote, is settled as a precedent of the Supreme Court, end quote. He said that Roe, quote, has been reaffirmed many times over the past 45 years, and most prominently, most importantly, reaffirmed in Planned Parenthood v. Casey, end quote. And he described Casey as having the value of a precedent on precedent, end quote. I most recently spoke about this issue with Justice Barrett in 2020. I asked her whether she agreed with Justice Scalia's view that Roe was wrongly decided. She committed to, quote, obey all the rules of stare decisis, end quote, if faced with the question of whether to overrule Casey. She said she had, quote, no agenda to try to overrule Casey, end quote. So here's the question. Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh that Roe v. Wade is settled as a precedent? And will you, like Justice Barrett, commit to obey all the rules of stare decisis in cases related to the issue of abortion, end quote?
Thank you, Senator. I do agree with both Justice Kavanaugh and Justice Barrett on this issue. Roe and Casey are the settled law of the Supreme Court concerning the right to terminate a woman's pregnancy. They have established a framework that the court has reaffirmed, and in order to revisit, as Justice Barrett said, the Supreme Court looks at various factors because stare decisis is a very important principle. It provides and establishes predictability, stability. It also serves as a restraint in this way on the exercise of judicial authority because the court looks at whether or not precedents are relied upon, whether they're workable, in addition to whether or not they're wrong, and other factors as well. So I agree with both of those statements that you read.
Well, let me add one to that, and then we'll move on. I'm particularly interested in the case of Roe v. Wade. Roe was decided by nearly 50 years ago, and it's been reaffirmed over a dozen times since then. So my question is this: does Roe v. Wade have the status of being a case that is a super precedent? And what other Supreme Court cases do you believe have that status?
Well, Senator, all Supreme Court cases are precedential, they're binding, and their principles and their rulings have to be followed. Roe and Casey, as you say, have been reaffirmed by the court, and have been relied upon, and reliance is one of the factors that the court considers when it seeks to revisit, or when it's asked to revisit a precedent. And in all cases, the precedents of the Supreme Court would have to be reviewed pursuant to those factors, because stare decisis is very important.
Thank you. If you are confirmed, you would be one of only 2 justices who has also served on a federal district court, the other being Justice Sotomayor. In your 8 years as a trial judge on the D.C. District Court, you wrote nearly 600 opinions and presided over 9 jury trials and 3 bench trials. As you know from your service on the district court, it's important for appeals courts, and especially the Supreme Court, to be clear in their decisions. The clarity is necessary, as you well know, for trial judges to effectively do their job and properly apply legal precedents that are fair and consistent. As a district judge, you were responsible for applying precedent from the Supreme Court and the courts of appeal to your case. And now, as a judge in the D.C. Circuit, you're drafting those precedents. Your experience as a trial judge is one of your most significant assets. And I just want to add a personal comment. This is a tough place, and you are handling it very well. And I appreciate your directness and think that's important. Here's a question. I have 2 related questions. How did you make sure that you were properly applying the relevant precedents as a district court judge? And if you're confirmed to the Supreme Court, what would you do to make sure your opinions are clear so they could be applied correctly by district courts?
Thank you, Senator. As you noted, in my time as a district court judge, I had the opportunity to apply precedents that were handed down by the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court. The district court is bound by the law as stated by those other tribunals, and I was very focused on making sure that I found the right precedents and applied them faithfully. As I mentioned, with respect to my methodology, part of the process is receiving information from the parties in a case. And the parties write briefs, and in most cases, they identify the precedents that they at least believe are applicable. And then the court does its own legal research as well to determine whether all of the relevant cases have been identified. And then you look to see whether there's anything that directly controls, and if it does, that's your answer. In many cases, the precedents might be a little bit different in certain ways, and you are assessing the parties' arguments and determining within your proper role whether what the appellate courts have said provides the law of decision for the case. But what's important, as you've mentioned, is the clarity by which courts of appeals and the Supreme Court need to operate, and so that the lower courts can actually follow the precedents. And I'm very conscious of that, as you said, as someone who has had to follow precedent, and I would think carefully about that and use my communication skills to ensure that the precedents are clear so that lower courts can follow them.
Thank you. I'd like to discuss quickly a letter this committee received in support of your nomination from the International Association of Chiefs of Police. And as you know, this is the world's largest professional association of law enforcement leaders. And the letter states, Judge Jackson has several family members in law enforcement, and we believe this has given her a deep understanding of and an appreciation for the challenges and complexities confronting the policing profession. During her time as a judge, she has displayed her dedication to ensuring that our communities are safe and that the interests of justice are served. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put this letter in the record, if I may.
Without objection.
Thank you. I understand that your brother served with the Baltimore Police Department for several years. So here's the question. How, if at all, has having several family members in law enforcement impacted your understanding of the law or your approach to your judicial service?
Thank you, Senator. Some of my earliest memories, in addition to my father at the kitchen table with his law books, were of my uncles. Two of my uncles were career law enforcement, and one was a detective, uniformed detective. One was City of Miami Police Department officer, patrol officer for a long time before he became the chief. And I remember very well, we would go to my grandmother's house on Sundays, and she would make a big dinner for our family, and my uncles would sometimes come off of their shifts. So I see in my mind their uniforms coming in, and they would always they'd be carrying their weapons, and they'd take them off and put them way up high on the china cabinet so the kids couldn't get to them. And I remember feeling very proud of them and the service that they provided. And I think it's probably what led my brother, who is 10 years younger than I am, to decide that after he graduated from college, he would want to also be in law enforcement. So I'm very familiar with law enforcement, the important service that they provide, the perils of being out on the street, protecting and serving, and having a family that cares about you and worries about your safety. And so this is not something that is unfamiliar, and I'm very gratified by the support of the group that you mentioned and other law enforcement groups as I go through this process.
I joined this committee in January of 1993, and a few months later, we considered the nomination of Ruth Bader Ginsburg to the Supreme Court. Justice Ginsburg's confirmation made her only the second woman to ever serve on the Supreme Court after Justice Sandra Day O'Connor. So we have come a very long way since then, though still not far enough. Women now make up about 35% of active judges on the federal district bench and 37% of active judges on the federal appeals courts. Judge Jackson, if confirmed, you would become the sixth woman to ever serve on the Supreme Court. You would join Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, and Barrett on the bench. This would be the nearest we have ever come to gender equity on the Supreme Court. There would be 4 women on a court with 9 justices. So I have my own thoughts about why gender balance is important on our nation's courts. But I'd really like you to tell us all, what are your thoughts on what it means for our country to have women serve in meaningful numbers on the federal bench, and in particular, what it would mean to have 4 women serving on the Supreme Court for the first time in history.
Thank you, Senator. I think it's extremely meaningful. One of the things that having diverse members of the court does is it provides for the opportunity for role models. Since I was nominated to this position, I have received so many notes and letters and photos from little girls around the country who tell me that they are so excited for this opportunity and that they have thought about the law in new ways because I am a woman, because I am a Black woman. All of those things people have said have been really meaningful to them. And we want, I think, as a country, for everyone to believe that they can do things like sit on the Supreme Court. And so having meaningful numbers of women and people of color, I think, matters. I also think that it supports public confidence in the judiciary when you have different people, because we have such a diverse society.
Well, I just want to say thank you very much. This is often a hard place, and how you go through those hard times, I really think, is the most important thing. And it's pretty clear to me that you go through hard times by holding your head up high and doing well. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Feinstein. We're going to take a break. Let's take 15 minutes starting now, and then we'll return to more questions. We'll have a lunch break later this afternoon, in the earlier part of the afternoon.
A break in today's marathon hearing. 5 of the 22 members of the Judiciary Committee have asked questions so far, if you're keeping count. This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. I'm joined by James Hohmann to talk about what we've heard so far this morning. They jumped right into it, James. The first questioner, the chair, Dick Durbin, tackling some of the toughest issues or the most critical questions that Judge Jackson would likely get from Republicans later on.
Yeah, and he really helped preempt a lot of the attacks that we know are coming later in the day. He gave Judge Jackson a chance to explain her sentences for child pornography offenders, to defend her representation of Guantanamo detainees, to elaborate on her judicial philosophy, to talk about reducing or making retroactive sentences for nonviolent drug offenders as a member of the Sentencing Commission, which Judge Jackson explained was unanimous. But I was really struck by how much she sort of established herself as her own person, as an independent judge during those first couple rounds of questioning, Libby. It was quite striking. Chuck Grassley, the ranking Republican, asked, do you agree with Stephen Breyer, who you clerked for, about looking to international law? And she said, Stephen Breyer is my justice. That's what I call him because I clerked for him. But no, I disagree. She also disagreed with Sheldon Whitehouse, the Democratic senator from Rhode Island, who we'll hear from soon, who said yesterday that the Supreme Court has been captured by dark money. She said, I don't think that's true, and I have huge respect for all the conservative and liberal justices on the court. Kind of a notable departure from otherwise pretty opaque answers.
James, has there been a theme in terms of tone? Like, what are you hearing from Republicans? And these are just the first few, and they are people who've been on this committee for a long time. We haven't reached that sort of that one might say backbench in terms of seniority, but Republicans who really want to be stars in their own right. We haven't reached them yet. But what are you hearing in terms of tone from the Republicans and from the Democrats?
The tone really was pretty friendly, positive, until Lindsey Graham. Chuck Grassley, the ranking Republican, started his questioning by saying when he got home from the Capitol last night, his wife complimented Judge Jackson's statement, didn't have anything to say about his own statement. It was sort of funny. She really did help herself with that round of questioning. Lindsey Graham really changed.
So it looks like they took a break. It looks like they took a break here. They brief recess for Supreme. So they're taking a break here. They letting them probably go eat enjoy their lunch and stuff like that, things of that nature. The Euro market is closed, you guys. The United States is in full control here. The European market is closed here. It closed about 5 minutes ago, so expect a move here, you guys. Amazon's still running here. They ran about 33.18, 33.20, so it's still almost at 33.50, you guys. They're going there. They're getting there. 33.22 is the high on Amazon, man. They are freaking running, man. Wow, they're running, man. Wow, they are running. Wow. So they definitely topped there. I topped here. They got me. They got me by about, let me count it up here. That's what, 10, 10. Another 20. Damn, they went up another $30 after me. So, yeah, they went up another $30 after me. Now they're only up about another $10, $20 after me now. But, man, what a ride there. What a ride there. I'm trying to think. Let me make sure I'm right on that. 10. 20, yeah, about $23 up on me right now. So they still kept going, $23 after I sold, after my company sold. So yeah, you guys, this is what it is. It is what it is. I ain't tripping. I just like to keep track of that stuff, man. It's always good to do that. The indices are, the NFL will now let teams seek limited blockchain sponsors. That's breaking news. The NFL will now let teams seek limited blockchain sponsors. That's breaking news. That's good, man. That sounds really good for the NFL. They're making a change here. That's really good, man. That is really, really, really good. It looks like all the indices are in the green here still currently. We have, right now, we have the Dow up about 68% still. The S&P 500 is up 1% still. The NASDAQ's up 1.87. Russell 2000 up 1.7. The VIX is down 2.55. So the VIX is over here in the bottom right corner still pulling back over here on my chart. Triple Qs is up here above the upper band today, 357. SPY is fighting on top of the upper band here, 449. The Dow is below VWAP slightly here, but in the green still. And that's just where we at, ladies and gentlemen. Overall, that's just what it is. That's just what it ain't. You dig? So it looks like, yeah, like I said, they taking a break there. That was earlier. That's the recap from earlier. Like I said, they started that about 3 hours ago. So expect all of that to be replayed. And people are just kind of going over word from word, everything that she was asked, everything that she said in response and things like that. So just keep an eye out on that there. When let me know when that starts back up. We'll have it pulled up here in the Discord. Y'all let me know. Or somebody on the comment section, just let me know. If not, I'll see it. Somebody will see it. Amazon's picking back up, 33.18, you guys. So they're retesting that high of the day, 33.22. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amazon is up, leading the way in the market today, you guys. They're up $88. Nobody's doing that here. Nobody is doing that here. Let's check. Booking Holding is up 25, but not 85. And Google's up. Google is competing. The stock splits are competing. I'm late. Oh, man. Google's up more than Amazon, you guys. I didn't even realize that. I'm late. I apologize. Google is leading the way, you guys. Google is leading the way here, up $91 today, about 3%. Amazon's right behind them, though. They might be playing tick for tack there. They're competing now, obviously, here. Amazon's up 89. Google's up 91. So they're trying to see who's going to have the best of the stock splits here. Amazon's up 90 now, 33.20. So, yeah, they're definitely competing with the stock split action. You can sense that there. But that's good, man. That is really good that they're finally letting Amazon just be Amazon. Let them be amazing. Like, just let them do it. You know what I'm saying? Take them to 3,700. Take them to 4,000 before split. Like, come on. Let's do it, man. Let's get this show on the road. Stop playing with people and their money, man. I feel like yesterday was very uncalled for. It was bullshit that Powell did, man. Like, I feel like if he didn't even do that dumbass shit he did, this shit would have been where it was at. Amazon would probably be at 3,400 by now. Powell didn't do this bullshit he pulled yesterday. But I mean, this is what we have to face, you guys. So you got to be willing to understand the market conditions and understand the charts and numbers, and really make it make sense to you and your buying power, so you can collect capital gains. That's what it's about. You want to collect profit gains, capital gains, whatever you want to gains, profit. That's what it's about, man. That's what it's about. no matter what is happening. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. But right now, market chilling out. We're watching the euro close here. It looks like they're trying to bring the market up here. The United States is wanting to buy it up higher, maybe. Or we might pull back here. We don't know yet. It's only been 10 minutes into it. We're going to take a quick break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope you're enjoying this show. I hope you're enjoying the live stream. I hope you're having a good day so far. I hope you enrich yourself. I hope you're staying off the streets. I hope you're not doing any hard drugs. I hope you're paying your bills. I hope positivity. Long story short is probably what you're starting to realize I'm hitting that. I hope that y'all are positive at all times, man. Because that's really what it's about. And that's how you stay successful, man. Just being positive for real. And having good vibes and energy around you. So you can be successful and maintain on top, man. That's really what it's about, you guys. But we gonna take a quick break, man. We're gonna be right back, you guys. New single out, Speechy Chaser Bag, featuring Killer, Tryna Get Away. Out now on Leonard P's Spin Riller platform.
One break. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Oh ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket, stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing, your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these peasants. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some bust, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap and tryna blow a nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga.
Oh boy, you ain't
Going up, nigga. Right.
one.
Going up, nigga. Right. 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 One break. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Whole ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips duct taped together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn bloods. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make 'em butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these bets. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna blow a nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up a nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right. One Ray. Go Spizzy.
What's his name?
these fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from. Give a fuck, bitches. Fuck, bitch. Whole ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Right down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. And all my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like a chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? And got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a mail, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my back shit. What's the ticket? Stay jigging, finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing. Your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, be trusting these pests. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some fucks, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap and tryna blow a nigga. I been strapped, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cross me, that's when I gotta up it, nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. I'm just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga. I'm going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here from the break here. Again, that is a new single by Speechy Takes It Back featuring Killer, Trying to Get Away. They made that up a few years ago, man. It's a hit song right there, hit single here. Y'all make sure y'all go check that out on Spinrilla, Leonard P. Spinrilla page there when y'all get a chance, man. I probably will be sharing it on my platforms later on today. So y'all make sure y'all go check out my platforms on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter at LetCash or A1 Leonard P. Follow me on Twitter at A1 Leonard P or at LetCash. You can follow me on Facebook. You can add me on Facebook, Devin L. Parks. You can add me on Snapchat, BooBooDP. That is BOOBOODP. That's Snapchat there. What else I got? Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. I don't even know my platforms. I don't even know my usernames. Hold on. I'm going to give you the correct one, though. Follow me on IG at Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. So, yeah, you can follow me on IG at Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, man, that's where we'll be posting that song right there. But let's get back into the market condition here. It looks like the news is circulating around the Judge Jackson. Yeah, it is. It's circulating around here still. Everybody's talking about that right now. So that's kind of like striving here today. As I think they might have restarted the briefing here. We're about to tune in and see here. Yeah, they are back. We're back live, ladies and gentlemen. They just went back live. So let's tune in.
We're doing.
That is true.
I want to ask you, did you study under Lawrence Tribe when you were at Harvard?
I did not.
Well, as you know, Justice Breyer, your mentor, wrote a little book called Active Liberty. And Lawrence Tribe, who was formerly a law professor at Harvard, wrote a review of that book in the New York Times Review of Books, and the title of it is Politicians in Robes. Are you familiar with that article?
I'm not.
Well, in the article, Professor Tribe accuses Justice Breyer of engaging in what he calls a noble lie. And he talks about the morality of resorting to falsehoods and delusions to conceal, usually from the masses, but sometimes from oneself, the truths whose revelation would wreak havoc or at least do more harm than good. Professor Tribe goes on in criticizing Justice Breyer's book. He says in his stubborn avowal that the court, even with its current far-right supermajority, remains an apolitical body, he perpetuates a lie that is anything but noble. You've talked about staying in your lane, not making policy decisions, not being seen as political. Do you agree with Justice Breyer or with Professor Tribe?
Senator, I believe that judges are not policymakers, that we have a constitutional duty to decide only cases and controversies that are presented before us, and within that framework, judges exercise their authority to interpret the law and not make the law.
So you would agree with me that judges should not be politicians?
Yes.
Let me talk to you a little bit about some of the decisions that have been made by the Supreme Court over many years, starting perhaps with Dred Scott, that adopts the substantive due process argument to determine the constitutionality of various laws. Perhaps the most recent decision by the Supreme Court that was a dramatic departure from previous laws in the states and in the nation was the Obergefell case, which dealt with same-sex marriage. In the opinions that were written there, it was noted that here we are 234 years after the Constitution had been ratified, 135 years since the 14th Amendment had been ratified, that the Supreme Court articulated a new fundamental right, which is a right to same-sex marriage. You're familiar with that case, aren't you?
I am.
At the time, it was noted that 11 states, including the District of Columbia, had passed laws sanctioning same-sex marriage. But also at the same time, there were 35 states who put it on the ballot, and 32 of those states decided to maintain the traditional definition of marriage between a man and a woman. Do you agree with me that marriage is not simply a governmental institution, it's also a religious institution?
Well, Senator, marriages are often performed in religious institutions.
Well, you agree with me that many of the major religions that I can think of, and they're Christianity, Judaism, Islam, embrace a traditional definition of marriage, correct?
I am aware that there are various religious faiths that define marriage in a traditional way.
Do you see that when the Supreme Court makes a dramatic pronouncement about the invalidity of state marriage laws, that it will inevitably set in conflict between those who ascribe to the Supreme Court's edict and those who have a firmly held religious belief that marriage is between a man and a woman?
Well, Senator, these issues are being litigated, as you know, throughout the courts as people raise issues. And so I'm limited in what I can say about them. I'm aware that there are cases.
I'm not asking you to decide a case or predict how you would decide in the future. I'm just asking, isn't it apparent that when the Supreme Court decides that something that is not even in the Constitution is a fundamental right, and no state can pass any law that conflicts with the Supreme Court's edict, particularly in an area where people have sincerely held religious beliefs? Doesn't that necessarily create a conflict between what people may believe is a matter of their religious doctrine or faith and what the federal government says is the law of the land?
Well, Senator, that is the nature of a right, that when there is a right, it means that there are limitations on regulation, even if people are regulating pursuant to their sincerely held religious beliefs.
You agree with marriage is not mentioned in the Constitution, is it?
It is not mentioned directly, no.
And religious freedom and is mentioned in the First Amendment explicitly, correct?
It is.
Do you share my concern that when the court takes on the role of identifying an unenumerated right, in other words, it's not mentioned in the Constitution, and creates a new right, declaring that anything conflicting with that is unconstitutional, that it creates a circumstance where those who may hold traditional beliefs, like something as important as marriage, that they will be vilified as unwilling to assent to this new orthodoxy?
So, Senator, I understand that concern, and because there are cases that are addressing these sorts of issues, I'm not in a position to comment about either my personal views or whether.
I'm not asking you to.
I'm saying this company is
Justice Alito in the Oberfeld case wrote, he said, "I assume those who cling to the old beliefs will be able to whisper their thoughts in the recesses of their homes. But if they repeat those views in public, they will risk being labeled as bigots and treated as such by government, employers, and schools." So the Oberfeld case, to nerd out with you again, was decided under a doctrine known as substantive due process, correct?
Maybe.
If memory serves, yes, substantive due process, and I think there might have been equal protection concerns.
And the Supreme Court has applied that somehow fairly mysteriously by saying it's created by the confluence of the Fifth Amendment and the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. But historically, it's been applied in ways that seem to sanction explicit policymaking by the courts. For example, the Lochner versus New York case, which I know you talked to Senator Lee about in particular, which it was a New Deal case which set limitations on how long bakers could work in New York. The Supreme Court struck that down and said it violated the right of free contract. Now, Lochner, as you know, was overruled 30-something years later, but it's also been applied in a number of different circumstances. For example, it's been suggested that Dred Scott, which treated slaves as chattel property, was a product of substantive due process. Justice Hugo Black
It's a possibility that might happen again by Friday.
has criticized the doctrine of substantive due process
Going crazy by
as
Friday.
the arbitrary fiat
Type of terrific
of the man or
Or,
men in power
this is really
or the
a long
court
term.
declaring a law invalid
Few
because
months,
it shocked the
maybe a
consciences of at least 5 members
is
of the
just
court.
fluid.
He went on to say this use of judicial review thus subverts the liberty of government by the people,
But right now, that's
overturning
kinda,
laws
that's up to you. I'm saying,
enacted by
basically,
legislatures who are
This is a
answerable
free
to
play.
the electorate rather than a majority
because of
of the
Amazon
Supreme Court.
project. Yeah, this is just a free play.
Finally, he said, for the purpose of my question, he
can
said
only
the
lose
adoption
half
of such a
what you have.
loose, flexible, uncontrolled standard for holding laws unconstitutional, if ever it is finally achieved, will amount to a great unconstitutional shift of power to the courts, which I believe, Justice Black, that is, and am constrained to say will be bad for the courts and worse for the country. Justice Jackson, why isn't substantive due process analysis just another form of judicial policymaking, which you've suggested policymaking is not in your lane, and you strive to be apolitical, something I applaud. But why isn't substantive due process just another way for judges to hide their policymaking under the guise of interpreting the Constitution?
Well, Senator, the justices have interpreted the due process clause of the 14th Amendment to include a substantive provision, the rights to due process. They have interpreted that to mean not just procedural rights relative to government action, but also the protection of certain personal rights related to intimacy and autonomy. They include things like the right to rear one's children, I believe the right to travel, the right to marriage, interracial marriage, the right to an abortion, the contraception, these.
Treating slaves as chattel property?
I don't quite remember the basis for the Dred Scott opinion, but I'll trust you that.
Well, the fact is it not, that you can use substantive due process to justify basically any result,
Well, the court,
whether it's conservative or liberal, libertarian, or conservative, whatever you would like to call. It's a mode of analysis by the court that allows the court to substitute its opinion for the elected representatives of the people, and would you agree?
the court has identified standards for the determination of rights under the 14th Amendment substantive due process.
And who gives them the right to do that? If it's not mentioned in the Constitution, where does the right of the court to substitute its views for that of the elected representatives of the people, where does that come from?
The court has interpreted the 14th Amendment to include this component, the unenumerated right to substantive due process, and the court has said that that the kinds of things that qualify are implicit in the concept of ordered liberty, or deeply rooted in our nation's history and tradition. Those are standards that identify a narrow set of activities.
Well, Judge, in the Oberfeld case, Justice Roberts, in his dissent, noted that the court invalidated marriage laws of more than half the states and orders the transformation of a social institution that has formed the basis for human society for millennia. So that was the basis for the institution of marriage, is the practice for millennia and the recognition that marriage was between a man and a woman. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not arguing the merits or lack of merits of same-sex marriage. I believe the states and the voters can choose what they will, and that's their prerogative, and I think that's legitimate. But when the court overrules the decisions made by the people, as they did in 32 of the 35 states that decided to recognize only traditional marriage between a man and a woman, that is a act of judicial policymaking, is it not?
Senator, the Supreme Court has considered that to be an application of the substantive due process clause of the 14th Amendment.
Right. And it doesn't, the Constitution doesn't mention anything about substance when it talks about due process. The 14th Amendment and the Fifth Amendment don't talk about substantive due process. It talks about due process of law. Correct?
Correct.
Well, one of the things that concerns me is here is an example of the courts finding a new fundamental right that is mentioned nowhere in the document of the Constitution. It's the product of simply court-made law that we're all supposed to salute smartly and follow, because 9 people who are unelected, who have lifetime tenure, whose salary cannot be reduced while they serve in office, they decide, 5 of them decide that this is the way the world should be. What other unenumerated rights do you believe exist? And how could we possibly anticipate what those might be? For example, the 9th Amendment says the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage other rights retained by the people, which suggests to me that there are other, as yet unidentified, rights out there, and somehow, someday, some court is going to tell us we've identified an unenumerated right, and we're going to reject the right of the American people to determine what the policies ought to be as regards that right, because we, the 9 people sitting on the Supreme Court, have decided we've discovered a new unenumerated right, and it shall be the law of the land, and no legislature can pass any law that conflicts with it. What other unenumerated rights are out there? Or can you say?
Senator, I can't say. It's a hypothetical that I'm not in a position to comment on. The rights that the Supreme Court has recognized as substantive due process rights are established in its case law.
But, Your Honor, this is not a trick question.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
I'm just not in a position to speak to the.
Well, can you understand why ordinary folks
Come on now, Matt.
wonder,
Matt.
who do these people think they are? And where does this authority come from? I think
Yes.
the authority comes from we the people. That's the source of legitimacy of government. But when the courts decide to identify an unenumerated right and negate anything that conflicts with it, can't you see how they might feel that this is illegitimate, or a sort of policy making that you have disavowed by saying that you don't want to make policy, you want to stay in your lane? Can you understand the concern?
Absolutely, Senator, I do understand it.
And because I believe the court's legitimacy is very important. That's why I agree with Justice Breyer that, notwithstanding what anybody else says, that should be an aspirational goal, of the judges, because we're all concerned about the legitimacy of our institutions, and particularly, I would say, the institution of our judiciary. So how do you as a judge, when you are approaching your decisions, how do you try to avoid being seen as a policymaker by embracing doctrines like substantive due process, which is essentially gives judges carte blanche to do whatever they want?
Well, Senator, I've not had that particular situation, but I have a methodology that is designed to avoid my importation of policy perspectives. The judges are constrained in our system. That's part of the constitutional design. And so in all cases, I am looking neutrally at the arguments of the parties, and presumably in a case like this, there would be arguments made on both sides of the issue.
Well, Your Honor, if you'll forgive me.
Yes.
One reason I think the Supreme Court's different is because in your previous capacity as a trial judge, of course, you were bound by circuit court precedent. And on the circuit court, you're bound by the Supreme Court precedent. But as a member of the United States Supreme Court, you will be bound by nothing. You will be unaccountable to the voters. And so you said you can.
Well, respectfully, Senator, I mean, yes.
So you're not going to be able to find the answer in some law book somewhere. You're going to be presented with a case, and the argument's going to be made. This is an unenumerated fundamental right, and the voters, whatever they've said, is irrelevant, because we, 5 members of the Supreme Court, are going to decide what the law of the land should be, and anybody who disagrees with us will be labeled a bigot or be accused of discrimination, even if their beliefs happen to flow from sincerely held religious conviction, like the definition of a marriage between a man and a woman. But you've already told me that you see why this is a concern.
I see why it is a concern, and I would just say that although the Supreme Court is not, bound in the sense of having to apply prior precedent, there is stare decisis in our system. There are now standards in the stare decisis world that the Supreme Court applies when it's asked to.
Well, thank goodness the Supreme Court has been willing to revisit its precedent, or we'd still be living with Plessy versus Ferguson or Dred Scott. One of the things Senator Whitehouse and I agree on is he and others frequently ask nominees for the Supreme Court, do you think Brown versus Board of Education is settled law? And believe it or not, some nominees won't answer the question. I mean, it boggles the mind. I tend to think that nominees from both parties tend to be overcoached and not and told you can't be. If you don't answer the question, you have a better chance of being confirmed. But some of these things are obviously settled, and I wish we had a more candid conversation about the source of the power that unelected lifetime tenured judges have to basically rule America when they decide that something is an unenumerated fundamental right. Let me, in the minute 48 seconds I have, ask you about a specific case. You remember U.S. versus Brown? This was a guilty plea, and where you were asked to assess a punishment. And at one point in the proceedings, you said, "I'm going to state for the record, however, that this court has a long-standing policy disagreement with the criminal history guidelines with respect to the application of the 2-point enhancement." Do you remember when you said that?
I don't remember that particular statement.
How is that policy disagreement different from other disagreements? Where you said that you're not going to get out of your lane, you're not going to get into the policy lane.
Yes, Senator. The Supreme Court in the sentencing realm has made the guidelines, the sentencing guidelines, advisory. They used to be mandatory. Judges used to have to calculate the guidelines for sentencing purposes and then essentially apply a sentence within the guideline range. In a case called United States versus Booker, the Supreme Court determined that the guidelines are advisory now, so they don't have to be applied in every case. You have to calculate them, but judges have more freedom to give effect to Congress's the various provisions in the statute related to sentencing. In Booker and in its progeny, the Supreme Court made clear that judges at sentencing.
Judge, I only have a limited amount of time, so let me just close on one other question.
She wanted to really explain that to him. You can tell. Hey, but look, Wall Street lunch break is approaching. You guys, 12:30 Wall Street lunch break is approaching. They might extend it here just due to this confirmation hearing here, day 2. Or they might really give, well, it'd probably be like they did yesterday, actually thinking about it now, they did like half and half. You can tell, like, the people, managing things, they definitely took break at 12:30, and, you see the other half right here in front of us there, we're listening to this confirmation hearing, so it'll probably be half and half today, so just stay cautious for that West Coast trade, things starting to open up over there. Things of that nature. Just kind of be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen, that is approaching. Usually LCLD would take lunch break right when Wall Street does. But today it looks like we're just going to stay live here with this confirmation here until it's done. And then we'll just take a quick break after that whenever this ends. It looks like this is the only thing live right now anyway. This is probably the most important thing. I'll check here, see if it is some more things live here. It might be more important than this, but this is probably it right here. All eyes on this right now. She's actually speaking today, day 2. Day 1, she didn't get to say a word, so it was probably like I guess they call it introduction. But yeah, we're gonna tune in now, though, ladies and gentlemen. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up there. The indices are in the green still. The Dow is up 58%. The S&P 500 is up 85%. The Nasdaq's up 1.51%. Russell 2000 is up 0.64%. The VIX is down still 1.66%. So kind of I'm seeing a slight change here. Nasdaq trimming down a little bit. S&P trimming down a little bit. Still a little middish green here. Nasdaq still kind of high green. The Dow though still middish green here. Come pulling down a little bit. VIX actually going back up here slightly. I'm noticing we went from 22 to 23 here now. So stay calm, stay cautious, you guys. Let's tune back in to Supreme Court confirmation here in day 2. Judge Brown Jackson
said that about you. She has absolutely everything you would want in a Supreme Court justice. She has all the tickets in terms of her intelligence, her education, her work experience, and her demonstrated judicial temperament. I see some of the same qualities in her that I saw in Ruth Bader Ginsburg: humility, the ability to inspire others in a quiet way, not at the top of her voice. Some people have the capacity to inspire by example and the force of their reason. Intellectually, she is very smart, very well informed, and she is very hardworking and focused. She gets the big picture. I ask unanimous consent that the Globe article be admitted into the record.
Without objection.
But he didn't stop there, Your Honor. He went on to WPRI, a local station in Rhode Island, and said about you, she's worked hard. She deserves it. And I literally don't think that the president could have made a better choice. I think she'll be a terrific addition to the Supreme Court. She listens to what other people have to say, but makes up her own mind. She has a very scholarly approach toward the law. She has a very winning personality. She's kind to the people she comes in contact with. And she has a certain humility that I find very attractive in people. May I ask unanimous consent that the statement from WPRI be put into the record?
Without objection.
Judge Selye went on Law 360 and said, I sense that she has the same sort of desire to achieve consensus and a pragmatic streak that has characterized some of Justice Breyer's work. I think she will be quite balanced. I have not found her to be an ideologue. She understands what the job of being a judge or being a justice is. She wants very much to do it in the right way. And she will bend her considerable talents to that direction and won't get distracted by any extraneous considerations or side issues. I think the country will appreciate that and will appreciate that this is a woman who understands the importance of the position and will give 100% of her talents every day to do that job in the right way and in accordance with her oath of office. Unanimous consent that that be put into the record?
Without objection.
And then finally, the Providence Journal, our home state newspaper, Katie Mulvaney, in an interview, heard Judge Selya say, "I think it's a terrific appointment. She's a very thoughtful person and wonderfully well qualified. I'm happy not only for her, but for the whole country. She listens well, she gets the whole picture, has great respect for the rule of law. I think she's got the whole package." Unanimous consent that that article be put in the record.
Without objection.
So, any reflections on Judge Selya?
Oh, well, that was very moving. Thank you, Senator, for reading his lovely remarks. It's exactly who I know Judge Selya to be, always eloquent, always insightful, and I'm so flattered by his admiration, because he is someone that I have admired my entire professional life. He taught me how to look at issues very carefully, how to write in a lot of ways because of the way in which he's so fastidious with his opinions. And he's been an extraordinary mentor and role model for me.
Well, we are very proud of him in Rhode Island. As you know, he's on senior status, and when he went on senior status, we were able to recommend the Rosary Thompson to succeed him, of whom I think Rhode Islanders are equally proud, and she has now gone on senior status. And Mr. Chairman, I hope we'll be considering shortly an equally impressive Biden nominee for her position. On an unrelated subject, and it relates to yesterday's activities. You can relax a moment, Your Honor. This will not be a question for you, but a lot was said in this room yesterday about dark money by our Republican friends, to the point where one of the headlines about yesterday read, "Republicans hammer dark money groups." And I'll be the first to concede that there is dark money on both sides, and I hope very much we can get rid of it on both sides shortly by legislation. But there is a difference, I believe, between a dark money interest rooting for someone and right-wing dark money interests having a role in actually picking the last 3 Supreme Court justices. Now, how do we know that they had a role in doing that? Well, we know because everybody involved said so. It was pretty straightforward stuff. President Trump said we're going to have great judges, conservative, all picked by the Federalist Society. That's pretty plain. Senator Orrin Hatch, former chairman, was asked, some have accused President Trump of outsourcing his judicial selection process to the Federalist Society. I say, damn right. The co-founder of the Federalist Society said that the administration is relying on the Federalist Society to come up with qualified nominees. And then Don McGahn, who ran the operation for Trump in the White House, said, "I've been a member of the Federalist Society since law school, still am, so frankly, it seems like that role has been insourced." So there's pretty clear and pretty broad agreement that that selection process took place out of the public eye, and it appears to have been informed heavily by dark money interests. They were not alone in saying this. Here's Laura Ingraham on Fox News, concerned about abortion cases coming up before the court, We have 6 Republican appointees on this court. After all the money that's been raised, the Federalist Society, all these big fat cat dinners, if this court with 6 justices cannot do the right thing, then I think it's time to circumscribe the jurisdiction of this court. That's the way to change things finally. So we have people who are in a position to know what was going on behind the scenes describing the 6 Republican appointees on the court who got there after all the money that has been raised, the Federalist Society, and all these big fat cat dinners, and threatening that if they don't do what she considers to be the right thing, they'll be punished by circumscribing the jurisdiction of the court. That's pretty big talk, but it's backed up by pretty big dollars. If you go back to before this enterprise got underway, the money that came into the Federalist Society from what's called Donors Trust, which has been described as the dark money ATM of the right, a Koch brothers affiliated operation. Back, say, in 2002, it got $5,000. No big deal. By 2019, when this operation was in full swing, it got $7 million. We don't know who the real donor was because that's the job of Donors Trust, is to de-identify the donor, to launder the identity off the donation so you can't connect the dots any longer. But $7 million, I think, is quite a lot of money. And unfortunately, the Federalist Society was not alone. Right down the hallway is something called the Judicial Crisis Network. Its office is on the same hallway as the Federalist Society in the downtown Washington building, although JCN's website and tax filings list a mailing address at a different location, an address shared by multiple companies. And right down that hallway at that Judicial Crisis Network, there's even more money pouring. And here's how much poured into the last 3 nominations via the Judicial Crisis Network. $21 million related in time to the Gorsuch nomination, $17 million to the Kavanaugh nomination, $14 million to the Barrett nomination. And of course, we don't know who the actual donor is. Could be the same donor, who knows? And because we don't know who the donor is, we don't know what business they might have had before the court. And I think it matters when people are seeking to influence the makeup of the court that the public understand what business they may have before the court. And anonymity hides all of that. And they didn't stop with the Trump nominees. They got up on the air, a dark money group using dark money to accuse Biden's Supreme Court nominee, at that point a player to be named later. Judge Jackson had not been selected at this point, of being a tool or stooge of liberal activist dark money. This is a screenshot from their advertisement paid for by the Judicial Crisis Network. So it's worth understanding for a moment what the Judicial Crisis Network is and where it lies. And it lies in a network of organizations. The prevailing way that political mischief is accomplished these days is with a paired 501c3 and 501c4 organization. The 501c3 gets the tax deduction, the 501c4 gets to participate in political activity. And sure enough, there's an 85 fund and a Concord fund that are twinned together as a 501c3 and 501c4 organization. And they filed under Virginia corporation law to operate under what they call fictitious names. That's the term of law under which they file, fictitious names. And there's the Judicial Crisis Network, one of the fictitious names of the Concord Fund. It has a parallel judicial education project. It is a fictitious name of the 85 Fund. If you're interested in voter suppression, you can move down to the Honest Elections Project Action, another fictitious name, and its 501c3 twin, the Honest Elections Project. And they've even got new ones that are less active, Free to Learn Action and Free to Learn. So these are 8 organizations that are essentially one organization. As lawyers, we think from time to time about piercing the corporate veil. That's corporate veiling that you could pierce with a banana. And it runs back and forth with three groups called CRC Advisors, CRC Strategies, and CRC Public Relations that take and send money to these organizations as part of the sort of planning element. You might say that CRC Advisors, CRC Strategies, and CRC Public Relations, this trio, is the command center, and this is the operational torso of the creature. So I show this all because it shows considerable effort when somebody goes to that much trouble to create that many organizations to hide how much money they've spent to control the nomination process to the court. And it's no small amount of money. In the original Washington Post research, they pegged it at $250 million. Further research led to testimony in my court subcommittee that the number was actually $400 million. And we have a recent report that we haven't fact-checked that the number is actually even higher than that. So I may amend this number upward once we're done with our fact-checking. $400 million funding conservative activists' behind-the-scenes campaign to remake the nation's courts. That operation is a very different thing than a group rooting for somebody. And I want to make sure that that difference is clear, since our friends on the Republican side have made dark money such a big focus of their attention already. There is a drastic difference between rooting for somebody and controlling the turnstile that decides who gets on the court, controlling the funding of the political campaigns that pursue the folks on the court. And actually, once you get on the court, we're working now with the judiciary itself to try to clean up the mess of that same anonymous money appearing before the court through phony front groups that file amicus briefs and little flotillas, or if it's an important enough case, in a full armada of dark money funded front groups. So that bears not at all on this nominee, but because this is a very public forum and because we've heard all that so-called hammering of dark money groups, I wanted to make sure that it was clear to everybody how this game is played and what the difference is in the way the two sides play it. So now, back to our business, Judge Jackson. You have served as a trial court judge.
I have.
You have served as an appellate court judge.
I have.
And with any luck, you are on your way to serve as a Supreme Court justice. Now, one of the things that is very different about trial court judges and appellate court judges is what their role is with respect to fact-finding. It's my belief from my time spent as a practicing lawyer that the role of fact-finding belongs at the trial court level. That's where you can look the witnesses in the eye. That's where the evidence can be amassed. That's where the trial judge has the responsibility of sifting through it. If there's a jury, then the jury, of course, is the ultimate fact finder. But if you're in a non-jury trial, the trial judge is the fact finder. Then the case goes up on appeal, and it comes up with a record of fact in the case. And in my view, that record of fact that comes up to the appellate court is actually a constraint on the power of the appellate court to go wandering off. The court is obliged to consider the appeal based on the factual record that was adduced in the district court. So you, having lived in both of those houses, the trial court house and the appellate court house, tell me a little bit about what that change meant to you as you went from being a trial judge to an appellate judge.
Thank you, Senator. It is a really big difference. As you mentioned, at the trial court, you are on the ground level. Parties have filed the case. You have all of the issues usually at the trial level because you'll have the complaint if it's a civil case, and there'll be a lot of litigation about the development of the facts in the case. In civil cases, you have a period of discovery in many cases that is really about the development of the record, what actually happened in this case. Sometimes there's even a trial, and that too is a part of the development of the facts in the case because a jury will be charged with the responsibility of determining what happened, who's guilty, for example, if it's a criminal case, or who's liable, if any, if it's a civil case. And sometimes there are even questions presented to the jury that they have to determine the facts. At the appellate level, as you said, there is already a record, and the court is looking primarily at the law, the legal principles that guided the decision below based on the factual record. And importantly, at the appellate level, there are standards of review that the Court of Appeals applies when it decides how to review whether or not to reverse or affirm the judgment of the lower court. And I've been very mindful, especially as a trial judge, of the standards of review.
When I was prepping lawyers for oral argument before appellate courts, I would often say, please don't quarrel with the facts unless you have a knockdown case. Because if you want to get the appellate court to relitigate the facts, you're up against the harshest standard of review available, the clearly erroneousness test. And clear error is no small thing. Outside of that narrow finding by an appellate court that somehow the district court got it wrong, filtered through that clear error standard, are there other circumstances in which it's proper for appellate courts to do their own independent fact-finding outside of the record of the case that they're reviewing?
I am not aware of any. There may be, but in my experience, the fact finding is done at the trial level. The Court of Appeals only looks at facts under standards like clear error. And so therefore the record is usually set and established by the time you get to the Court of Appeals.
Yeah. And I think that it's actually one of the constraints on the judiciary that they don't get to go and do free-range fact-finding. They have to be tethered to the record of the actual case before them. It's related to the case or controversy requirement.
That is correct, Senator.
And in that regard, civil juries are, I think, something that Americans have prided themselves on for a long time. You go back to the colonial days, and the civil jury was one of the immediate imports from England. Every colony set up civil juries. When the crown tried to interfere with the civil juries in the colonies, it became casus belli for the revolution. It was in the Declaration of Independence of what the king had done wrong that offended the colonists and caused the revolution. And the documents around the founding and around the creation of the Constitution all reflect passionate belief in the importance of the jury, including the civil jury, which, as you may know from your experience in...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Wall Street Lunch Break got kicked off there about 14 minutes ago. We're still here. As you see, when the Wall Street took lunch, obviously someone hit the sell button. We got taking a little dip here, right back at VWAP on the SPY here. Triple Q's as well. Right is still above it though, holding up well. Still in the green here, nothing to panic about, you guys. So really go take a break. I would advise, I'm not telling you what to do, I'm not a financial advisor, obviously, but I mean, hey, go get some food, man. Take a break, get your eyes off the screen. It's not healthy, you guys. I'm telling you, move around, get the blood flowing. Blink, 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 drink some water. It is lunch. Go get some good old healthy fruit, vegetables, anything in you that can just get your blood flowing, get your blood pumping, get your energy positive here, get you thinking positive, and drink some water, you guys. That's really what it is here. You guys. So yeah, the market is still in the green here. The Dow is up 60%. The S&P 500 is up 84%. The Nasdaq is up 1.47%. Russell 2000 up 40%. VIX down 1.19%, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, we're gonna continue to tune into this as well, but we behind the scenes, we're taking a break ourselves to you guys. So if so happen be it this ends or and I'm not paying attention, you guys, I'll try my best to rush back to the screen and switch it here. But we'll just play some music during the break here. I do think we do have some briefings from the White House after this here, or shortly after Wall Street lunch break, LCAOD lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, we'll see you guys here in about 30 minutes. About 12:30. About 1:30. It's 12:45 now, so about 1:30. I'll be back here live with you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days, and let's tune back into Brown Jackson's court confirmation hearing, Supreme Court that is, confirmation hearing day 2. The market is taking a dip here. The market's pulling back because people are eating their food and taking their mind off the market for a little bit. You're not just getting zombied out into the charts and graphs. It's not healthy, you guys. Like I said, get up, move around, do some jumping jacks, get the blood flowing, move around, go breathe, get out. Sun's out, buns out. Sun's out, buns out. Sun's out, birds are chirping, man. Get some air, get some fresh air. Market's taking a little dip. It is an opportunity to you guys. Be on the lookout for that. We'll be back after lunch, man. Let's tune back into Supreme Court confirmation here in day 2. Brown Jackson.
So the jury lives in a protected environment from a lot of the political power and the danger of corruption that the elected branches often suffer. And do you have thoughts about the importance of the civil jury in that regard, as the bastion where people can go, where they'll get a square deal from regular citizens and can stand toe-to-toe with the lawyers for however big or mighty an opponent they may have, with almost no danger, let's put it that way, little danger, lessened danger of the fix being put in?
Well, certainly the jury system is designed in that manner, that citizens are brought in from the community. When we pick juries, we ask as judges, do any of you in this pool have any connection to anyone? You know,
So you screen them for conflicts of interest?
You screen them heavily. That's part of the, what we call the voir dire, the sort of.
We don't do that with people who come to Congress.
Well, in the court
They come with their conflicts of interest, often right on their lapels, sometimes hidden in their back pockets. But juries, not so, correct?
Not so. And in fact, that would be a reason to exclude someone from the jury. And we even ask, do any of you, as judges, we say, do any of you know me? And if you do, you'll have to let me know and be removed. Because the idea, as you've indicated, is to get people from the community who have no connection to the case and can hear the evidence that's presented in the courtroom and the arguments of the lawyers and make a decision that is unconnected to any sort of personal interest they might have.
Protecting the jury against the dangers of bias or corruption, giving the parties before it a clean and fair shot.
Yes, Senator.
So, with any luck, you will be on the Supreme Court before long, and I hope you will remember all of this, because it seems to me that the court has been on something of a campaign to deprecate and diminish the civil jury, including by allowing big corporations to build into their standard contracts, buried way down in the fine print that folks often don't read. And even if they do read it, they'll never get through the phone tree to find somebody to complain about it, try to strike it out of the contract. It's a take it or leave it adhesion proposition. And they build into that you've given up your right to a jury. Your Seventh Amendment right to a civil jury. It's right actually in the Bill of Rights. And I cannot think of another right that the court pays less attention to or throws more readily under the bus. If you read the mandatory arbitration cases, there's rarely a mention of the Seventh Amendment. And it seems to me that it flies in the face of the purpose of the jury to allow the citizens of the greatest power and wealth, who are today corporate citizens, to actually be able to take on the ability on their own through contracts that the customer has no chance to negotiate. The employee has no chance to negotiate, to actually take away that right that was at the heart of our founding without a squeak of objection or even notice by the court. And I think it's created a dramatic shift in power towards big corporations. And I think it has harmed innumerable employees and customers. So I am extremely happy that you have been able to answer these questions with such clarity about the role and the history and the value of the civil jury and its importance, not just as your fact-finding adjunct, but as an important part of our constitutional structure, part of our structured liberty as Americans. I wish you well. I'll see you again tomorrow. And thanks so much for your patience with all of us here today.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. And let me just say a positive word to follow up. This committee, in the last few weeks, has passed legislation signed into law by President Biden, which in cases of sexual harassment, provide that individuals who are complaining have the option of a jury trial, despite efforts to steer them into mandatory arbitration. It is the decision of the complainant, the venue that they will seek. I think that is a step in the right direction, and we've passed out of this committee on a bipartisan basis. And so I'd like to ask everyone to consider returning promptly at 1:30 for the much anticipated Senator Lee of Utah.
Right. Go Spizzy.
What's his name? Yeah, that's great.
Trying to get away from them fuck niggas. Say I'm trying to get away from them fuck bitches. Fuck bitches. Whole ass bitch. I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. I'm trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about laying in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the op, make them butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my gutter, nigga.
Two clips up, take together on the stick. I'ma dump out the clip, then reload that bitch. How you stupid ass running and ducking and shit? Whatever you behind, I'ma explode that bitch. You a pussy ass nigga, I'ma expose that shit. And it ain't no chill, cause I told that bitch. I'm trying to put some goddamn hoes in his ribs. I'ma put a goddamn hole in his lip. G shit, nigga, we ain't showing no love. All my niggas some goddamn thugs. All my niggas some goddamn goddamn dozen. All my niggas get it out the goddamn mud. Mr. Cocaine with the mirror like chopping. How you goddamn nose running like a faucet? You got my pockets on swole, no problem. I know how to whip it in the bowl, no problem. Know how to cook it on the stove, no problem. Put a lighter under that spoon, no problem. Trapping like a bitch trying to get every dollar. Come get it now, don't wait till tomorrow. I can send it to you in the mail, no problem. Just put the shit on the scale, no problem. Nigga, I can send you a bill, no problem. I bought my bitch some Chanel, no problem.
Trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. Trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down the hop, make a cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say I'm trying to get away from these fuck niggas. Trying to get away from these fuck bitches. I'm trying to make a way, that's a plus, nigga. What you know about lead in the cut, nigga? What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? Run down on the eye, make a butter, nigga. Then it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. Say it's back to the trap with my cutter, nigga. I'm back on that trap shit, gotta get it, I'm back on my rap shit. Gotta spit it, I'm back on that jack shit. Gotta lick it, I'm back on my pack shit. What's the ticket, say jiggin', finessing. All in your section, boy, pipe that shit down. Little bitch, I'm a blessing, your nigga be hating, I'ma teach him a lesson. I'm strapped with that fire, I'll be trusting these peasants. Tryna elevate on these fuck niggas. I'm tryna double up on some butts, nigga. What you know about slime with the cutter, nigga? What you know about hanging with some gutter niggas? What you know about crossing out the mother niggas? What you know about whipping up an onion, nigga? What you know about getting to that money, nigga? I been back to the trap, I'm tryna blow a nigga. I been stuck, I just hate to have to cut a nigga. I been stupid, I ain't worried about you other niggas. When you cry, that's when I gotta up a nigga. I'm blanking bad on this bitch, I'm like my brother, nigga. I'm just tryna get away from these fuck niggas. I'm just tryna stay tame from these fuck bitches. Just tryna maintain, I'm going up, nigga.
Oh boy, you ain't
Going up, nigga. Right. Going up, nigga. Right. One rap. Go spit. Boogie left for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm on go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades. A nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, police going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. Stand in my own lane. I'm just standing money, standing money, standing money, standing money. Make the money, make the money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
Boys might going crazy.
Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I keep it pulled and I'm not talking south. Fuck niggas, get out of the map. I roll with scrap, then I keep me a strap. Nigga, this ain't no tip for tat. Nigga, it ain't no telling about that. Nigga talking, listening that. I ain't even listening to that. I'm turning up and I'm fucking a bitch. But nigga know what's up with me. If a nigga try DP, I swear he gon' RIP. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I'm keeping it low key. Don't fuck about nothing, you know I gotta keep a P. I gotta keep a key for a G, or I gotta keep a G for a O. That's me, that's fucking P. And I just had my daughter, yeah. Anybody try to play with her, they gon' slaughter, yeah. It's that water jet. But niggas always running back, get potty trained. Well, we don't give a fuck about nothing you doing. Nah. We just living our life. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth, I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. I know you told, I seen it in writing. That's Facebook, that's the shit I'm not liking. My lawyer called, said they charged me for 90. He called back, said this ain't looking mighty. I called back, said I'm living so righteous. I dare one of these niggas try to try me. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. It's gon' be a motherfucking homie. So niggas always run their mouth. They'll let us in the room, gon' be the one to let you down. Didn't see that then, but I see that now. Serving all these niggas from a nick to a pound. Gotta stay low key, just like underground. Let the money do the talking if I like how it sound. Chill, relax, it's enough to go around. Ain't chill, relax, the tree merry go around. Yeah, how or get lost and found. Down by the river, they'll say you drown. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you around. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Live your life and hold your ground. Don't run your mouth and run you out. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house. Fuck niggas always running their mouth. I'ma get the pissed, I'ma run in their house.
I don't care nobody don't like it. I'm doing something, you know what I'm saying? Who is this nigga? Well, I'm introducing myself. You know what I'm saying? My name Goku. What it do, G? Hey, hey, flexing. Hey, I'm flexing. Hey, flexing. Hey, flex. I'm flexing. Yeah, big body on me. Yeah, big body on me. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's how the motherfucking money all in my pockets. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. What? I'm flexing. Big body, it's on me. All this money is on me. It's a big body, it's on me. Oh shit, yeah, it's on me. I'm bidding hard. I'm bidding hard. Yeah, I'm bidding hard. Like a motherfucking Bowflex. Understand me, I'm flexing hard. And yeah, I'm up in the field. Call me G.I. Joe. Yeah, I clean the kill. And I'm American sniper. Know me. I lay your head up on the grill. Ooh, nigga, yeah, you flake. Nigga, yeah, you fucking fake. Put that nigga with the snakes. Cut his ass off every day when I fucking cut the fucking grass. Understand me, I'm the realest. Understand me, I'm a killer. Nigga, yeah, I'm a villain on these fucking tracks. Call me motherfucking Ground Reaper, nigga. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Nigga, yeah, you know me. Understand I do the shit every day. I get them dollar signs. Look at that. Other things. Nigga know me, I change my ways. Positive things. Smoking dope is all my things. Nigga know me, I do these things. And I don't give a fuck what you say, how my flow is. Nigga know I'm a rock star. I be part of hard getting money. All day I'm a rock star. Nigga know me, I'm living life. Drinking lean all day and night. Real shit, and I'm fucking yo bitch on motherfucking sight. And she know me, I'm a dog. Call me a fucking killer. And you know I like vanilla. Baby, come forward with this nigga. He be moonwalking like Thriller. Yeah. Killing this shit every day. Talk about money, nigga, you gotta see it every day. Yeah, I see it every day. And you know I'm Blaze. Matter of fact, I'm Blaze right now. Feeling like Whiskey Khalifa right now. Real shit, yeah, I'm on a different cloud, on a Latin. Chilling with a bad bitch named Jasmine. Twisting up fucking Paula Patton. Ooh, living with them dragons. Nigga, yeah, we gone. And I feel like I'm in a race. Speed racing to the home. Yeah, you know I'm busting in like the Bengals. Call me Chris Smith. And real shit, yeah, I gotta get the Smith out the pocket, real shit. And if I had to blow it back, nigga, yeah, I'll put your ass on your back. And you already know, all my niggas been about that. What? Been about the fucking cash. Been behind that shit. Been behind the fucking money. Yeah, we living in this fucking big world and shit. But these niggas don't really understand. What we really gotta do is put it to the motherfucking man. Nigga know me, yeah, I gotta get the money, nigga, but the money ain't everything. When these niggas shooting, man, niggas trying to kill niggas. What the fuck you doing, my nigga? You kill another nigga, black brother on brother. Nigga, yeah, what the fuck going on? Gotta put the shit out here on this song. Nigga know, yeah, I'm spitting from my fucking home. This nigga ain't right. These niggas ain't right. Them other niggas right. Survive with your fucking circle. And vibe with your fucking homies. The real niggas that got you. But you can't even trust nobody. You can't even trust your own niggas in that circle. So you gotta do your own shit. You gotta go and grind, put your own mind to it. Fuck the cops, fuck 12. Nigga, yeah, they got us in here. Like a behind bars, like we fucking monkeys and gorillas and shit. Nigga, I ain't no monkey. Nigga, white people monkeys. Understand, yeah, we get it. Nigga, yeah, we fucking get it. Nigga, yeah, I gotta live it. Yeah, I'm an Egyptian. Nigga, I love gold. I'm a rock star, so I don't give a fuck what I say, nigga. Understand me, yeah? I'm a rock star, bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I say. So listen to me, nigga. Ay, listen to me, nigga. I be smoking on the killer. That's that motherfucking Doja real shit. And you know me, I love chillin' with 4 cleat lovers, nigga. That's that love, nigga, with them lucky jaws. That's that motherfucking lipper combo with the damn gold. Nigga, understand it though. Like I be up on the day. I be going in, getting all this cash like a bank. Real shit, fuck you think you won't come back. GTA, not today. Nigga, this ain't no game. This ain't no. We ain't playing no motherfucking games. This ain't no games. This ain't no game. No games, little bitch. No games. No games, little bitch. No game.
Tree time.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, hey, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Oh, yeah, I do this. Oh, yeah, I do this. Hey, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. Yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, know I'm the shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Hey, yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know I'm the shit. Yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know I'm the shit. Hey, yeah. Getting so rich, all of my niggas they with it. Ooh, all of my niggas they get it. Ooh, hey, you know that money stick to me just like motherfucking glue. Hey, Elmer's glue. Hey, you know my team is the truth. Hey, yeah, the most fucking famous classic. This is motherfucking drastic. Gold Cool came in on the fucking Nimbus. Yeah, it's a drastic. I be killing this shit. Ooh, I be ripping this shit. And your girl fucking pussy. R.I.P. that pussy, put it in the casket. Yeah, oh yeah, oh, no, I'm so rich. Yeah, getting that shit. Yeah, cash on bitch. Yeah, cash on your bitch. Knowing the shit in the motherfucking mall. Yeah, you know we the mall. Yeah, we do it all. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Yeah, I do this. Yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Look at it. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, killing this shit. Yeah, ripping this shit. Yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, know I'm in the shit. Yeah, doing this shit. Ay, yeah, getting so rich. You know I'm the shit.
The most famous classic.
Yeah, getting so rich. Understand me, you know I do this. And you know me, man, I always get my cash and I always look at it. Look at this shit. It's so many dead presidents, and I don't really give a fuck. I just love these dead presidents. Hey, yeah, Benji, best friend, nigga. Yeah, over there, my best friend, nigga. Hey, smoke loud, get high, and you know that shit. And I don't give a fuck, you know, I already know that Benji roll me all day. Give me them halves, Ben, yeah, no, do this. Hey, yeah, shopping with the motherfucking best, you know that. Hey, smoking no good loud, and I got it from Little P. Hey, nigga, yeah, you know I'm smoking on that sticky gas street. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Ooh, yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Getting that shit. Yeah, cash on me, bitch. I am not a rat, nigga, but I love the fucking cheese. Real shit. Cash on me.
Go back there. You want to do that? We need to put some time on it though. This one. Look, they going crazy. This just started. Yeah. They probably broke 940 resistance.
I see that, yeah. Now would be the perfect time to do it. And they look like they can move right there. They need to come back down. This one, unless they take off, because they really haven't had.
Else, benefit, camera, finesse, over, ayy, LCALD, OD, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, can't lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, ayy, stick to the truth, I cannot lie, the day that I lie, is the day I'm gon' die, wait, hold up, we gon' die, I said we all gon' die, but I'm living twice, cause I believe in God, I believe in God, he got my back, I got his front, yeah, so I know when niggas front, quit playing with me, this ain't what you want, ayy, Lil Leonard Dirk, this ain't what you want, if you lie to me, I'm gon' lie to you, I'm a prophet, I can see the future too, that's why I be higher than the full moon, and I've been hotter than April, May, and June. I fucked your bitch all the way till noon. Then send her back with you, she in the moves. When she with me, I'm Stella giving her groove. Call me Leonard Yin Yang, I made the bedroom boom. Damn, can you tell that shit? Hey, little nigga, can you go sell that shit? I don't bleed. That you got bills and shit. You in here talking big, but you in here telling shit. Shut the fuck up. Better listen, nigga. I'm a OG. We the realest. We ain't playing. I ain't really. I ain't do that. I ain't never stay. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what they fucking say. Niggas ain't approach me. No fucking name. So I keep it low key. My fucking way. I keep it low key in my fucking way. Hey, she just want the money. I want that too, but we gotta get it 50-50, honey. 50-50. Straight like this, I'm drinking a Coke 45. In Bombay, that's on the side. Yeah, London. We turned up. I'm turned up. What's up, bruh? Hey, what's up? These niggas lame. They don't fucking play. I ain't telling. Hey. Who? I don't know. You? Who is that? Fuck is you? I'm a little screaming that jungle and out. And in the swamps in the gator's mouth. Yeah, I don't give a fuck now. Nah. I said, I don't give a fuck now. Nah, no way. I know better, just fucking bleed to a fucking cheese. Bleed to succeed. Bleed, she gon' get on her knees. Bleed, she wanna suck. Hey, bleed, she know what's up. Hey, bleed. OD.
As you buy it, you gonna want to take that. If you're not, then if you come back down tomorrow, that's gone. That's it. You want to do that? That's what I'm just saying. It's a great play, basically. Read the chart, and then go be looking at what you know. You got it. Daughter call it. You letting you know. Good luck. Don't pull so fast though. You need to be watching. Looks like we're coming back from lunch here, but still nothing going on. Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Yeah. Hey, first day out, ain't no going back. Ain't no time for none of that. Ain't got time for the feds. Ain't got time for them watching me, staking me on house arrest. Ain't got time for nothing. Yeah, put that shit to bed rest. I thought about what happened, but I was tripping. I was trying to get my mind right, different. I was trying to stack my grind a little tighter. It was switching in front of me, and I didn't even see the picture. But now I see the picture. These niggas all different. These niggas talking against me, and I don't be against them. That shit is so wicked, and I don't even feel them. They wanna hear me talk, well, now I'm talking nigga. You opened up my eyes and my mind to society. What it is, and ain't no secret, it ain't no environment. It is what it is when you gon' be violent. When you gon' do what you gon' do, you can turn to violent. Straight like that, the flowers, more than people crying. That's what it is, it's going down when you seek that violence. And nigga, I don't seek it, but niggas got me creeping it. Niggas got me thinking, man, what the fuck I'm doing weekend? I put that shit down, I gotta fucking
get it back. Some way, somehow, I can't let it attract. I know they're attracted to me, that's why I'ma drop a track shit. I just got mixed up, caught up, I was gambling. Nigga, I ain't do that, we are all bitches. That's how it is, don't hit my line for shit. Real shit, no more, I looked out, my nigga. I done smoked zips to zips to zips to zips. So shut the fuck up. And don't be crying, little nigga, don't be snitching. Don't be talking on my name on the internet. Talking about who I date, that's personnel. I was talking about a TV, you can pick up the phone. I was doing me, I'm grinding. Man, where's my bro? I miss him to death. Like he was fucking dead, but he ain't dead. Yeah, he just running up a check. He just running for his daughter. He just running for respect. And I respect it. And I'm just gonna do that. And I'ma neglect it. Reflect it. What all they wanna do, whatever they wanna talk about. They can't kill me, they can't stop me. I don't care, nah. They wanna be me. I'm giving out cash just like candy. And they just kids. You get it? Hey. You get it? Hey. LCLD, I been there, ayy. They can't take that from me, they hatin', ayy. They can't take that from me, they hatin'. Yeah, and OD and everything you do. And if you ain't OD and then I don't know you, who the fuck is you?
I know over time they will do it. That's what
Sorry for the delay. Damn, man, I ain't think this shit was gonna happen, man. This shit crazy, bro. It's all good, I'm out. Hey, everybody let the scream and say free, bro. Right. You really mean that shit? Right. Hey, started off my day, back to it. I ain't take a shower at first, I was ruined. But I'ma keep it real to these niggas that I do not hit women. I said I do not hit bitches. I just have sex, dick and her kidneys. That is all it is. I don't want no kids, but if I bustin' up, I do want that bitch. So that means something. Why would you call the cops? They not gonna help me or you. Nah. So now we taking 2 L's. Yeah, you claim you 2 L's. But is you fucking real? I don't feel them, man, they fucking still. Holding up my music, man, push that shit. Push that shit, cause I'm a real fucking nigga. I ain't telling no lies, I'm the realest nigga. I was in there with the guys, yeah, free my nigga Trap, free my nigga Chalk, free E-double-O, free the fucking West. Yeah, man, fuck that beef, we need to get together and blow up like Atlanta. Straight like that. If you don't feel what I'm saying, nigga, you whack. Straight like that. I shouldn't have fought with no duck. But I did, so now I got a duck. From all these fucking pigeons. Sorry for the delay. Somebody prayed on this downfall. Somebody prayed on this damn call. Why the fuck would you call 911? Why the fuck did you call 911? I ain't even hear you, bitch. You was hitting me while I was fucking driving, trying to fucking end your life and mine in a car crash. I don't know what the fuck you was trying to think with this shit. I don't know, but my car crunk up. I kept going. So you decided to call the 12, thinking that they was gonna try to fucking help. Help what? You doing this all on yourself. You could have got out, but you told me no. Go to hell. So I said okay. I'm gonna take you to the 502, and this is gonna be okay. Call my relax. You will be okay. Believe that. Then the cops rolled by. They ain't do nothing. They went to that market, and I kept going. Stopped at the stop sign. Then I kept going. Sports complex on my right side. The sports complex on my right side, and now you fucking wildin' like blindside. Came in, then you fucking sacked me. I see your cousin, he ain't trying to stop, and Swag kept on going, so it's all good. I wouldn't even dream about Swag. I understand, yeah, he in the situation that I'm in, but that was before. Now I'm in that shit, and I ain't trying to be fucking victim to it, and I don't wanna be in the fucking system, boo. I don't even understand why you did this to me. Ended my life, now I'm fucking remembering this. Now I got the devil in my kitchen. Now this shit is fucking working. Now this shit is fucking screeching. I don't give a fuck about nobody else but myself. I gotta learn that first before I understand anybody else. The fuck, Yana, I didn't hit her. I just smoked weed. I am a fucking victim to the fucking weed. I know that shit fucking keep us healthy, so I just keep on smoking it. It made me better. Shit like that. I don't sell it. I don't never sell shit. If I do sell something, it is my weapons. Yeah, my weapons. Nah, I don't sell no weapons, but I do sell clothes and shoes, and I'm a rapper too. So I just do what I do, and I just stay in my mood. Kids stay in school, cause that's what they do. They don't wanna do that, they wanna put you in the grave too. That's what they wanna do. I was not about to be another topic to the news. I was not about to be another topic to the news. Hell no, she would've been guilty as fuck. Unsolved murder, all for what? What? Please somebody tell me, I don't understand it. Please somebody help me. But it's all good. I was in my mood, so this what it was. So this what it was. Speaking of it, speaking what becomes, I just do me. That's all it was. I was just trying to have some fun. That's all it was. Just have some fun. I ain't know that my fun was turning to love. She's so crazy, man. She was getting addicted. She was obsessed, damn. She was so stressed, damn. And I didn't even see it. Cause I'm a happy person, I just stay positive about every situation. I don't do nothing, y'all niggas is basic. I'm just getting money, y'all niggas gon' hate me. When I get up out this probation, that's what I'm calling it. That's the worst case. I don't give a fuck, cause I ain't do nothing. I was not in the wrong, I ain't do nothing. I talked to my lawyer, he talking different subjects. He told me just stay out of fucking trouble, just be clean. And I said, I'ma be clean. I'ma tell you the real, I ain't gon' sugarcoat nothing. I am a real one, I am a human being. Like Wayne, I understand that now. Didn't understand it when I was young, but I grew up now. And now I get everything that they talk about. Yeah, so I better watch my mouth, cause I'm never going back. Tell the judge that's a fact. Tell her that's a fact. Cause we can't talk,
It's not enough time. That's short term still. 1, 2, 3. That's 3 weeks. It's too short term. Try again. You getting the hang of it though. You picking up on what I mean.
Maserati go crazy. Living my life, gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out catching plays, Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was writing Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was writing Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I be in the streets daily. You try me, shit get crazy. I'm whipping up cake, chasing bags like the 80s. Born in the 90s, I gotta come out grimy. Niggas in the streets ain't playing, don't remind me. I just wanna be the best. Gotta stack it up, this money be the test. Gotta rack it up, chasing everything. I'm chasing every dream. 25-8, that's my fucking team out the gate. We all about the cream. We be fucking bitches. We be drinking lean. I be fucked up. Steady smoking G's. Got the 2 for 3. Or them 23s. Yeah, them choppers, nigga. Still a OG. And I'm living life with my fucking team. With my fucking team. All about that fucking cream.
Living my life, gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wild out, get your place, yeah, right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting, yeah, right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting, yeah, right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Living my life. Ain't got twice. Don't do the crime if you can't pay the price. Call me Lyndon Barker. Damn, the price is right. You acting too sadly. Better think twice. Pussy nigga, put the guns down. Let's fight. Pussy nigga scary. We can shoot all night. The situation highlighted. Got me feeling bright. I put rings on my case. They shine sunlight. Hoes fucking for a chick. Nigga, you ain't know this bitch fuck with me. Set me up like the movie Blow. I was hustling to you when you messed up the flow. I can't be mad cause it's the mistake that I chose. Learned that everything that glitter ain't gold. I tried to give you cheese but you fumbled the low. I tried to give you the cheese but you fumbled the low. That shit hurt my soul. Living my life, gotta think twice. The situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry Rice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
He's buying back into his own company.
Bag. Run it up, run it up. Bag. I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30, yo. You know that's grams, so I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30, yo. You know that's grams, so I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. It's the reason why you mad, cause I'm chasing bags. Nigga, don't be mad, just go chase a bag. It ain't hard to get, it ain't hard to spit. These facts are written, make your heart skip. In the gas I smoke, make your lungs choke. With just one toke, you know it's pressure, ho. And I keep it tucked, I'm all about some bucks. I'm going long, I don't need no luck. I'm like a raven, nigga, let's chase a bag. If you don't get it, then spin it back. This ain't no Pondy River. I love a Riri track. I love them foreign hips. I love sexy ass. If I ever get her, then she chase a bag. She chase a bag with a lot of cash. No more 2 for 30s. I had to bring it back. Steady reminiscing, living in the past. I see why they mad, bro. I got a mad, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got them mad, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo.
See why they mad, cause they ain't smoking no pressure. They ain't smoking no pack, and we smoking no selections. My bag real heavy, and I'm riding with that metal. They mad cause we ballin' and we still winning medals. I'm busy while you callin', I can fit you on my schedule. Mr. Lennon, no tape, no rescue. I'm
just like a register. If you don't get money, then it's not registered. Yeah, what you want? Come on, 2 for 24. Come on, boy, I'm the plug. Stop talking, just shot. Hey, shot to your drop. Hey, pop a op if they talking on the block. Hey, people sneak dissing, but be on my cop. Real ones know that don't slide, that don't rock.
See why they mad, bro? I got a mad, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30, yo. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got a mad, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, though. While I'm back to reality, I see you still mad about some other petty shit. You be acting like your daddy. You should have been a junior, like my wife and kids. I wish I never knew you. I'm going all in, like when the street lights come on, better run. Cause at the end of the night, nigga, it's all fun. But in my neighborhood, you gotta keep a gun. It's sad, but it's all facts. Word to my kids, yeah, it's real rap. And we kill raps, no splinters, ho. I got on them airs with them bands on. Look into my eyes, yeah, I been gone. Smoking on some real strong, and my bread real long. And you listen to the words of this fucking song. It's gonna hit your heart, and then you gone. And then you gone. And then you gone. I see why they mad, bro. I got them mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, for. I got them mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. For my fans, yo. This one for my fans, yo. Fuck with me. Chasing bag. Chasing dreams.
What you need to do? If you think so, I told you long term is definitely there for sure. Now, do you have patience to wait that long? That's the real question. Ask yourself that. Long term is there. Short term
For the hoes.
is here.
It's for the ladies. Chasing bag. Babe, you the real superstar. You can drive the Benz, you can drive the R. It don't even matter, you just pick it, I'm just sticking like your part. You the real superstar. I say, babe, you the real superstar. You can drive the Benz, you can drive the R. It don't even matter, you just pick it, I'm just sticking like your part. You the real superstar.
Yeah, you the real superstar. This nigga tell me to write, but the shit ain't even that hard. What the fuck, nigga? Can't you tell my pain I'm scarred? Goddamn, nigga, what the fuck you want, boy? But let me get back to this bitch, cause she slurping me up. Yeah, she said she love my kids, yeah, I put them on her face, yeah, I paint her face, yeah, that's called paint face, paint play, paint way, yeah, get it in that way, and we moving this shit past the highway, I don't rock with fam, cause he didn't let us know, damn, but it's all good though, I'm a star, riding in a ghost. And I see her, yeah, I'm ghost, yeah. And she sucked me up the most. That's why she a superstar. Because she played her part. Yeah, she did it right.
Babe, you the real superstar. You can drive the Benz, you can drive the R. It don't even matter, you just pick it, I'm just sticking like your part. You the real superstar. I say, babe, you the real superstar. You can drive the Benz, you can drive the R. It don't even matter, you just pick it, I'm just sticking like your part. You the real superstar. cheater, she a liar, she mischievous. I don't beg her, I just cherish her, I just please her. But I done kicked it with some top model divas. They all the same, they pillow talking, they be scheming. And we got beams in. They be scheming. And we got beams in. They be scheming. She a cheater, she a liar, she mischievous. I don't beg her, I just cherish her, I just please her. Hey, I don't beg her, I don't cherish her, I just please her. But I cherish her in the moment that I'm pleasing her. I beat her, like a boxing, this ain't no ballerina. And I'm just doing me, bruh. So all that hating, I see that through my peoples. Yeah, niggas ain't gonna do shit. Yeah, I send my dogs like Mike Vick. Yeah, you sick, you need some fix. Yeah, I think you need NyQuil. Yeah, cause I got your bitch in my crib. And I hear that she told too much. This bitch even told the feds. She a cheater, she a liar, she mischievous. I don't beg her, I just cherish her, I just please her. But I done kicked it with some top model divas. They all the same, they pillow talking, they be scheming. And we got beams in, they be scheming. And we got beams in, they be scheming. She a cheater, she a liar, she mischievous. I don't beg her, I just cherish her, I just please her. I don't cherish her, I don't please her. I just get her back, I don't need her. I just run it up, I don't please her. I just stack it up and flip it. I don't give a fuck what a whip it. Sauce on, I don't drip it. Season, yeah, then I spent it. Yeah, phones I spent it. Ready to the mall, chasing, running through it all. Still chasing. I don't stop. I keep going, run it up. I keep pouring foes, from the foe, from the bricks, 856, New Jersey, in the bit, gang.
Nigga, you played that one.
What goes up must come down. You gotta chase a dream, you gotta chase it now. You winning or you losing, please don't be a clown. I'm stacking up paper, I'm running out of bounds. Hold up, what goes up must come down. You gotta chase a dream, you gotta chase it now. You winning or you losing, please don't be a clown. I'm stacking up paper, I'm running out of bounds. I'm stacking, and I'm packing them Glocks and them K's. You play with me, you getting raised on to the next. I'm like a rebound. I don't play with no niggas. I don't play with no bitches. When it come to my money, best believe I'm gon' get it. Cause I'm all about riches. Yeah, my name used to be Richie. Now you can't call me Spizzy. Chase a bag on the beat. Nah, nigga, ain't busy. Looking at the clock real busy, like time never ticking. All about the bread, nigga. Best believe I'm gon' get it, nigga. Yeah, I'm gon' get it, nigga. And I'm gon' split it with my niggas. 25-8. Hold up. I say 25-8. Hold up. What goes up must come down. You gotta chase a dream. You gotta chase it now. You winning or you losing. Please don't be a clown. I'm stacking up paper. I'm running out of bounds. Hold up. What goes up must come down. You gotta chase a dream. You gotta chase it now. You winning or you losing. Please don't be a clown. I'm stacking up paper. I'm running out of bounds. Hold up. What goes in must come out. You better watch your mouth, cause I can't can hang you by your scalp. In the meantime, I'm swimming by these fishes, Michael Phelps. In the meantime, I'm cooking up some chicken, don't need a shelf. I deleted all my contacts, I just need myself. I'm trying to dodge a case, it slowed down my wealth. This is no game, she cheated, but GTA be my health. I always know to do right and leave who's left. I always know to do what's right and leave who's left.
This ain't no competition, bitch. I'm on a mission. Gotta run it up in the kitchen, cook it up all them dishes. Bitch, like who gon' wash them dishes? Not me. I'm trying to count it up with bro and stuff it in the laundry. All my niggas trying to get to the hundreds, bro. All my niggas trying to get to the hundreds, bro. Hey, the weed got a nigga slurring, hey, but I ain't tripping, bitch. I'm never thirsty, hey. She wanna something for me for them blue hundreds. She wanna something for me for them blue hundreds, bitch. I been getting lots of money now. Oh, now you want me now? Hey, you gotta go and chase some dreams now. Hey, you gotta go and get that bag now. Hey, get that bag.
There's so much free shit. I'm not about to cry, but
Just understand some of y'all's logic. I'm trying to start to figure it out here.
I was really just paying attention to the one time, and then by the time I looked back at it, it was too late. I couldn't.
You know how we coming? It's DJ Goldie.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? I'm getting money like DJ Cream. Fuck chasing, we been laughed our dreams. What's up? Light scream. I ain't with that talking, I ain't trying to sing. It's either you're shopping or you're searching like Bing. I'm off that lane, I ain't trying to intervene. Trying to find a bad bitch, put dick in her spleen. Wondering should I take her on a trick or a treat? Haters mad cause they packs not potent. Drake say the best guess is the motion. Can't be mad at us cause we was chosen. My packs musty, man, them shits need deodorant. Pouring foes up, all in that soda. Pretty Gucci, ain't none of us folded. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money. Why you think we love green? We after money. Why you think we love green?
Pull a boat in the Henny. I'm with a bop on the 2x2. Talking about she wanna stay the night. Bitch, just a 3 live cool. Chain in my rings, bitch, glistening. Hoes looking from the side, yeah, they whispering. Like, who them niggas blowing on that threats with the pack? Girl, come over here, let me put you on your back. Bust her open to the game. All I do is hang.
DJ Goldie.
In the trap, in the trenches. Can't go to sleep, all I wanna count is milli.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from lunch here. It looks like the White House briefing with Secretary Jen is about to start here. She's about to walk out to the podium, ladies and gentlemen. Let's tune in and see what she got to say about today. All of this green action here. Stocks holding up their gains, going up higher here. Tesla broke out here, you guys, during the lunch break. During the extended lunch break here. As you see, Wall Street been back from lunch just about 48 minutes ago, but you can tell that second half came in here late, and then their lunch is over. Then it kind of went up there. Tesla broke out. Broke resistance above 940 now, so that's really good for them. Really good for Tesla now. Microsoft is holding it well above 300. Really good for them. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's tune in and see what Secretary Jen has to say. Tesla's breaking down. Tesla's on the high right now.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. As you can see, things are changing and moving pretty rapidly around here today. Obviously, we've had some last-minute adjustments to the briefing, which is why I'm up here today. I know folks might have some questions after the statement that we just released from Jen, and we in the press office are going to strive throughout the rest of the day to get you the answers to the questions you might have. A few additions beyond Jen's statement that I can provide right now. No members of the press who attended the briefing yesterday are considered to be close contacts. We are currently conducting contact tracing, and any member of the press who is considered to be a close contact will be contacted. But if a close contact is determined, it would not be through yesterday's briefing. So we just wanted to be clear about that. I'm going to speak briefly about the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing, and then I'm going to pass it over to National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, who will make some remarks at the top, and then he's happy to take some questions on the trip, and he has a heart out where I'll call it. And then again, please let us know if you have any follow-ups after the briefing. We'll strive to get you answers, and we appreciate everybody's flexibility today. With that, just a couple of things from the first day and a half of Judge Jackson's committee hearing. The president watched portions of Judge Jackson's hearing yesterday and today, and is proud of the way she is showcasing her extraordinary qualifications, her experience, and her even-handedness. Her dedication to following the facts, the law, and our Constitution as an independent judge is clear. He was also moved by the grace and dignity she has shown, the deference to senators, and the level of detail she is offering, reinforcing the value of her experience, her intellect, and the strength of her character. The president was particularly struck when, reacting to Senator Leahy raising the broad support she had received from the law enforcement community, Judge Jackson spoke about her family members who have served as police officers, saying, "I know what it's like to have loved ones who go off to protect and to serve, and the fear of not knowing whether or not they're going to come home again because of crime in the community. Those are not abstract concepts or political slogans to me." As a former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, President Biden also appreciated her respect for the intent of lawmakers and the text of the law. He appreciated Judge Jackson's commitment to stay in the lane of judges prescribed by the Constitution and her highlighting the importance of precedent. He was also struck by how she swiftly dismantled conspiracy theories put forward in bad faith. They've been debunked by numerous fact checks, experts, and the record itself. In selecting Judge Jackson, President Biden sought the opinions of Republicans and Democrats who made clear they wanted someone of deep experience in the mold of Justice Breyer. Today's testimony and Judge Jackson's endorsements by leading conservative jurists and some of the biggest law enforcement organizations in our country make clear she is indeed in Justice Breyer's mold. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jake, who has a topper for you, and then he'll take some questions. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll make a few comments, and then as Chris said, I'd be happy to take your questions. The President is heading to Europe tomorrow to reinforce the incredible unity we built with allies and partners in response to Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, and to consult on next steps. Let me take a moment to set the context for this trip. Russia intended to accomplish three basic objectives in launching its unprovoked attack against Ukraine. First, to subjugate Ukraine. Second, to enhance Russian power and prestige. And third, to divide and weaken the West. Russia has thus far manifestly failed to accomplish all three objectives. In fact, it has thus far achieved the opposite. On the first, the brave citizens of Ukraine are refusing to submit. They're fighting back. They're defending their homes. They're defending their cities. And although Russia may take more territory in these brutal military operations, it will never take the country away from the Ukrainian people. On the second, Russian power and prestige has been badly depleted. The Russian military has dramatically underperformed. The Russian economy has been rocked by powerful sanctions. The Russian high-tech and defense sectors are being choked off from key inputs. And Russia is a pariah in the international community. On the third, the nations of the free world are more united, more determined, and more purposeful than at any point in recent memory. For our part, since President Biden in the United States began warning the world of impending Russian aggression back in November, we have clearly and consistently pursued 3 lines of effort. First, help Ukraine defend itself by supplying weapons and military equipment. Second, impose severe and escalating economic costs on Russia through the application of unprecedented sanctions in close coordination with allies and partners in Europe, the Indo-Pacific, and other parts of the world. And third, fortify NATO and the Western Alliance by enhancing our force posture on the eastern flank and making our allies more resilient against other forms of Russian aggression. We've made decisive moves on all 3 fronts, and President Biden's trip will involve further actions on each of these 3 fronts. He will attend an emergency NATO summit, joined by the leaders of the other 29 NATO allies. He will join the G7 leaders, and he will address the 27 leaders of the European Union at a session of the European Council. He will have the opportunity to coordinate on the next phase of military assistance to Ukraine. He will join our partners in imposing further sanctions on Russia and tightening the existing sanctions to crack down on evasion and to ensure robust enforcement. He will work with allies on longer-term adjustments to NATO force posture on the eastern flank. He will announce joint action on enhancing European energy security and reducing Europe's dependence on Russian gas at long last. He will announce further American contributions to a coordinated humanitarian response, to ease the suffering of civilians inside Ukraine, and to respond to the growing flow of refugees. From Brussels, President Biden will travel to Poland, where he will engage with U.S. troops who are now helping to defend NATO territory, and he will meet with experts involved in the humanitarian response. He will also hold a bilateral meeting with President Duda of Poland. I'll leave further details on the schedule and program for each of these aspects of the trip to our trustee communications and press team. Let me close with this. There will be hard days ahead in Ukraine, hardest for the Ukrainian troops on the front lines and the civilians under Russian bombardment. This war will not end easily or rapidly. For the past few months, the West has been united. The President is traveling to Europe to ensure we stay united, to cement our collective resolve, to send a powerful message that we are prepared and committed to this for as long as it takes, and to advance our response on all 3 critical fronts that I've described: helping the Ukrainian people defend themselves, imposing and increasing costs on Russia, and reinforcing the Western Alliance. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. Yeah.
The Russians and the Hungarians seems to be reluctant on imposing a ban on importing Russian oil and gas. Will this weaken the sanctions? And what do you call on the groups that the president is going to meet to exclude Russia from the G20, group? And do you think that an agreement with Iran could be reached without Russia?
So when the president announced that the United States was going to ban the import of Russian oil and gas, he was very clear. He said that the United States is uniquely positioned. We're an energy producer. We can do this. We can take this step of banning the import of Russian oil and gas and coal and be able to withstand it, have resilience against it. But he also recognized quite explicitly in that statement that some of our European allies and partners would not be able to follow suit, and he was not going to pressure them to do so. From his perspective, what we have achieved with our European partners in terms of financial sanctions, export controls, and other measures to hit the Russian economy hard have had unprecedented impact on a large economy at a scale we have never seen before. And so he believes that that is, in fact, increasing the costs on Russia. It is sharpening the choice for Russia, and he feels very good about where things stand today in terms of the unity and resolve of the Western Alliance on sanctions. And as I mentioned in my opener, We will have more to say on sanctions in the coming days. On the question of the G20, I will just say this. We believe that it cannot be business as usual for Russia in international institutions and in the international community. But as for particular institutions and particular decisions, we'd like to consult with our allies, consult with our partners in those institutions before making any further pronouncements. Finally, we believe that if there is an Iran nuclear deal that meets the standards the president has set, to verifiably block the pathway of Iran to get to a nuclear weapon and put this program back in the box after President Trump let it out of the box when he left the deal back in 2018. We will do that deal because we believe it is in the American national security interest to do so, but we will not do that deal until it meets those objectives. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If you tell anything more about the sanctions, you did just say further sanctions. Anything more about what areas that could be in, that would be great. And the other thing is, there was a report out that British troops are basically secretly training Ukrainians to use this very sophisticated anti-aircraft weapons, the SAR. Are there any US troops in Eastern Europe or anywhere else currently training Ukrainians?
So, as for the first question, I'm not going to get ahead of an announcement which will be rolled out in conjunction with our allies on Thursday when the president has the opportunity to speak with them. That's on a further package of sanctions. What I will say is that one of the key elements of that announcement will focus not just on adding new sanctions, but on ensuring that there is joint effort to crack down on evasion, on sanctions busting, on any attempt by any country to help Russia basically undermine, weaken, or get around the sanctions. That is an important part of this next phase. We have applied an enormous amount of economic pressure. And in order to sustain and escalate that pressure over time, part of that is about new designations, new targets, but a big part of it is about effective enforcement and evasion, applying the lessons that we've learned from other circumstances where we have, in fact, imposed sanctions on countries. So stay tuned for that. On the question of U.S. troops, we do not have U.S. troops currently training Ukrainians. We do not have U.S. troops on the territory of Ukraine. We do, of course, have U.S. troops defending NATO territory, providing reassurance to our allies, deterring Russian aggression. And of course, the United States is playing a key role, not just in the direct provision of military equipment to Ukraine, but in the facilitation of military equipment provided by many of our allies as well. Yes.
Thanks, sir. Two questions quickly. Moments ago, you said at the beginning that Russia would never take Ukraine, but does the president believe that Ukraine can win a military victory here? And if so, why haven't we heard that from him thus far? And then my second question is, with regards to Russia and partnership with the United States and certain institutions, what does the president hope that Russia can bring to the Iran nuclear deal? What do they have to bring to the table after they've rightfully been made a pariah on the world stage?
So I can describe to you what happened with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action back in 2015. One of the key roles that Russia played in the implementation of that deal was that Russia actually accepted the enriched uranium from Iran so that Iran's stockpiles stay below 300 kilograms total, meaning that stockpile was so small that Iran could not swiftly break out to a nuclear weapon. That is a key part of how we ensured that Iran's nuclear program was in a box. Now, we don't have to rely on any given country for any particular element of the deal, but that is a role that Russia played in the past, a practical role that didn't have necessarily political significance, but did have that practical significance. What I said was that Russia's never going to take Ukraine away from the Ukrainian people. It's never going to be able to subjugate the Ukrainian people. That was not a statement about a particular slice of territory that a Russian advance could occupy for a period of time, or about a particular battle that some Russian element could win. I would refer you over to the Pentagon in terms of the best military analysis for how particular battles and particular fronts will play out. But what I will say this, whether Russia takes a city or takes a town or takes more territory, they are never going to be able to achieve the purpose that they set out, which was to subjugate this country. to bring this country to heel, because the Ukrainian people have made very clear that they will not be subjugated no matter what it takes. Yes.
Jim, thank you for being here. But to follow up on that question, is it the policy of this government that Ukraine should win this? It should eject Russia and regain its sovereignty and its freedom?
We've said from the outset that we are unwavering in our commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Within the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, we remain committed to that as our proposition for this. But in the immediate day-to-day of this conflict, our focus is on ensuring that Ukraine has the tools that it needs to defend itself and to be able to effectively ensure that Russia cannot achieve its objectives in Ukraine. That's what we're focused on right now. But on the basic proposition of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, from day one of the Biden administration, we have not wavered an inch on that. Yes.
On Article 5 and any cyber attack that comes now, obviously Russians have done it before. It wasn't an Article 5 issue then. Something in Ukraine now change the contour of a cyber attack against any member nation of NATO become an Article 5 issue.
So in the June summit
The president raised that just yesterday as dramatically as he did.
So last June, when the NATO leaders gathered for the NATO summit, President Biden, consulting with them, we put out a statement that spoke to cyber attacks and their relationship to Article 5. And we could see circumstances in which a collective response by the alliance to a cyber attack would be called by an ally. That is absolutely something where we and other countries could bring capabilities to bear to help a country both defend itself and respond to a particular cyber attack. Now, that's not necessarily the same thing as a military response. That response could take many different forms. But we have made clear through NATO documents now, not just last year, but going back years, that cybersecurity is an alliance issue. It is an issue where collectively NATO is prepared to pull together both to enhance resilience, enhance defenses, and if necessary, use the appropriate tools to respond. Yeah.
It's been just over a week since you met with your Chinese counterpart, a couple days since the president spoke with President Xi. Have you seen any indications that China will or will not provide assistance to Russia?
I can't make predictions going forward. What I can tell you is we have not seen since those meetings or since the president's conversation with Xi the provision of military equipment by China to Russia. But of course, this is something we are monitoring closely. We will continue to monitor it. And the president made clear to President Xi the implications and consequences of any such provision of equipment, and they very well understand one another.
Well, there's on the agenda at the NATO summit. Will there be an effort to try to put specific concrete steps in place if China does provide that assistance?
The president will certainly consult on the question of China's potential participation in the conflict of Ukraine while he's in Brussels. He'll do so at NATO. He'll also do so when he addresses the 27 leaders of the European Union, because on April 1st, the European Union is having a summit with China. And so this will be an opportunity Thursday for the United States and our European partners to coordinate closely on what our message is. We believe we're very much on the same page with our European partners, and we will be speaking with one voice on this issue. Yeah.
I just wanted to follow up on your comment about shoring up the eastern flank of NATO. Do you anticipate additional U.S. troop deployments to Europe?
Well, I think there are two issues that are important to lay out. One is what's required in the immediate term. And right now, Secretary of Defense, Supreme Allied Commander Europe, believe that they have effective posture today for what's necessary today. But of course, that could evolve in the coming days and weeks depending on Russia's actions and depending on the overall threat picture. The second is, what is the longer term force posture, not just for this contingency, this emergency, this invasion, but over the course of time. That is something the president will discuss with his allies at the NATO summit on Thursday.
And if I might ask you a quick follow-up on Russian troop casualties. Russian media reports that the outlets blamed on tactics and defeat suggested that almost 10,000 Russian servicemen have been killed and 16,000 have been wounded in Ukraine. Is your assessment that that number is realistic, or how bad do you think the casualty situation is for Russia?
I'd refer you to the Pentagon for precise casualty figures. We do believe it numbers in the thousands, but it is a necessarily imprecise analysis from our part to be able to get that number down to the precise figure. So I would refer you over to the Pentagon for that. Yeah.
The president said yesterday, Jake, that cyber warfare is a capability Putin has, but has decided to not use yet in this iteration of this war. But administration sources have told us the Russians have this multi-phase plan to target
critical infrastructure that is already underway. I'll give you a couple of specifics. 2 weeks prior to the invasion, 21 U.S. energy companies targeted by hackers. They're involved with LNG production. March 9th, TISA and the FBI began working with an unnamed American pharmaceutical company whose top execs were targeted with malicious phishing attacks. Internally, the administration has attributed that to Russian intelligence. I have a list of stuff that goes on and on here. Suffice it to say, how do these acts not constitute cyber warfare so far already?
So first, the president put out a statement yesterday, a very strong, clearly worded statement, in which he said, based on evolving intelligence, we believe that attacks could occur. Now, the Russians have spent years preparing the ground for attacks, trying to get inside
that
systems.
they are not already underway? Just want to clarify.
Well, what I think we would distinguish between is gaining access to a system, which could be used for a variety of purposes, intelligence collection, or mere preparation for a future attack, and the actual disruptive, destructive type of attack of the kind you saw that shut down the Colonial Pipeline last year, for example, or attacked JBS Foods. And it's really that latter thing that we have not yet seen, but how one defines cyber warfare or cyber attacks, of course, is going to differ across individuals. The distinction the president was making was the distinction between all of that preparatory work, which has been ongoing for years and has in fact intensified, and the type of destruction or disruption, the launch of a particular form of malware, for example, that would result in the kinds of physical effects we've seen in past attacks.
Thanks, Jake. I wanted to ask about concerns about the use of nuclear weapons, including possibly smaller nuclear weapons. Can you just address those concerns and talk about how that might come up on this trip?
Well, President Putin, in the early days of the conflict, actually raised the specter of the potential use of nuclear weapons. It is something that we do have to be concerned about. Based on our current analysis, we have not changed our nuclear posture to date, but we are constantly monitoring for that potential contingency. And of course, we take it as seriously as one could possibly take it. We will be consulting with allies and partners on that potential contingency among a range of others and discussing what our potential responses are. But I'm not going to speak to that from this podium today. I'm going to let the president have the opportunity to speak with his fellow colleagues on what is a very weighty matter.
Are Vladimir Putin's days numbered, Jake? Are Vladimir Putin's days in power numbered?
From our perspective, what happens with respect to the Russian political system is something that will be worked out inside Russia. What we can do is put forward our basic 3 lines of effort. That's what we're doing, helping the Ukrainians defend themselves, fortifying the NATO alliance, and imposing costs and consequences.
We got time for one more. I have 2 questions on the Russia and North Korea and China. There is a report that the North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russian's cyber criminal organizations. Do you have any information on that? And I follow up next.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat the question?
Yes. North Korea's cyber hacking organization is related to Russian cyber criminal organization. Do we have any information on this?
All I can say generally is that North Korea's cyber capabilities have been manifest in the world, and they work with all kinds of cyber criminals around the world, including Russian cyber criminals. I've got nothing further for you on that today. Yeah, I'll take one.
Do you have any comments or expectations on the meeting between President Xi and President Zelensky that's scheduled to happen soon?
Sorry, I told her that I would call on her, so I gotta let her ask the question.
Does the president hope to accomplish when he's in Poland, and why did he feel that it would be helpful for him to go to Warsaw at this time, particularly when the vice president was there less than 2 weeks ago?
So first, Poland has taken the brunt of the humanitarian impact outside of Ukraine in terms of the refugee flows. Poland is where the United States has surged a significant number of forces to be able to help defend and shore up the eastern flank. Poland has to contend not just with the war in Ukraine, but with Russia's military deployments to Belarus, which have fundamentally changed the security equation there. And so for all of those reasons, we feel that it is the right place for him to go, to be able to see troops, to be able to see humanitarian experts, and to be able to meet with the frontline and very vulnerable ally. So I'll leave it at that, guys. Thank you.
Is he meeting with refugees? Is he meeting with refugees? Saki said they'd tell us. You might be able to tell us.
So I think I said at the outset that we'll go through the precise details of the schedule.
But Jake, he spoke with Pope Francis today. He spoke with Pope Francis today, and he tweeted. Jake,
Just remember what I said. Say that. You paying attention. Tighten up. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, it's got really intense there. It looks like she has COVID, Secretary Jen, and they were talking about, I don't know, it was a bunch of questions. I don't know, it's wild right now. That was crazy. Market's going up here though. Tesla looked like it's getting short squeezed here, you guys. It broke resistance earlier, as I told you before the briefing started. Now they're saying the rally's on to about 980, about 1,000. They want to see that here. The bulls do by the end of the week. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind here. Anything can happen here now, man. It's a lot going on here. Anything can happen here. No briefings currently now. Just checking in, seeing what's going on. Let's see. What's this?
please.
It said something about the Supreme Court judge. She's still alive. I don't know if that's true, though. It might be. Oh, yeah, this is right now. So we're still live with that. Let's tune back into that.
Thousands of miles away, that we can never take our democracy, or for that matter, our courts, for granted. It is also happening at a time when we are seeing each other for the first time after a 2-year pandemic, connecting to each other again. And I hope this moment will be a moment where we see a renewed interest in our democracy, that we respect each other's rights and views, and that we see that we are not a nation of 300 plus million silos. Instead, we are a nation committed to this idea that what unites us as Americans is much bigger than what divides us. And so in that context, you come before us with this incredible strength, legal acumen, grace under pressure that you have demonstrated today. And you also come before us, as we've noted, as the first Black woman to be nominated following 115 justices who have been confirmed. And I will note, of the 115 justices, 110 have been men. And I actually once reminded a late night show, Trevor Noah, of similar issues in the U.S. Senate. In fact, in the history of the U.S. Senate, of the nearly 2,000 people who have served, only 58 have been women. And he responded that if a nightclub had numbers that bad, they'd shut it down. But today, Judge, we're not shutting anything down, not the court, not the Senate, and you are opening things up. And I think one of the things your nomination presents is an opportunity to address a decline in the public's confidence in our court. And increasingly many, if you see public opinion polls, see the court as over-politicized or out of touch. At the same time, we've seen an alarming rise in threats targeting members of our judiciary for just doing their jobs. How do you think we can work to maintain the public's confidence in the court? What do you see your role in that?
Exactly. Enough to go.
Thank you, Senator. Public confidence in the court is crucial. As has been said here earlier, the court doesn't have anything else, that is the key to our legitimacy in our democratic system. And I am honored to accept the president's nomination, in part because I know it means so much to so many people. It means a lot to me. I am here standing on the shoulders of generations of Americans who never had anything close to this kind of opportunity. From my grandparents, who had just a grade school education, but instilled in my parents the importance of learning. And my parents, who I've mentioned here many times already, who were the first in their families to get to go to college. So this nomination, against that backdrop, is significant to a lot of people, and I hope that it will bring confidence. It will help inspire people to understand that our courts are like them, that our judges are like them, doing the work, being a part of our government, I think it's very important.
Take a deep breath.
Very good. I think along those lines, your wonderful mentor, Justice Breyer, I quoted him about how he said, we can help maintain public acceptance of the court, and these are his words. We can do it best by helping ensure that the Constitution remains workable in a broad sense of the term. Specifically, the court can and should interpret the Constitution in a way that works for the people of the day. Like, as you know, it's, I think, Article 2, Section 2, doesn't refer to the Air Force because we didn't have an Air Force back then. So are there things about the Constitution that, of course, as we've gone along, have been interpreted to meet the moments of our time? What do you think Justice Breyer means when he says the Constitution should be interpreted in a way that works for the people of today? And do you think a justice can be both pragmatic and objective and respect history?
I do, and I think that the justices have demonstrated that. Some of their recent opinions have had to deal with modern technologies that did not exist at the time of the founding. So, for example, the Riley case, the Carpenter case, these were Fourth Amendment decisions in which the court was asked to determine whether or not it violated the Fourth Amendment for the police to search someone's cell phone without a warrant, or for the police to use GPS location data to determine where someone had been without a warrant. And obviously, those technologies did not exist. But what the court did was it looked back at the time of the founding and determined what the reasonable expectations of privacy were related to the term unreasonable searches and seizures, which appears in the Constitution. And having assessed what that meant back then, they could use those principles to decide whether or not a cell phone is like someone's home these days, with all of the information and all of the things that are stored there. And the court determined that it was a violation of the Fourth Amendment, that the police officers needed a warrant, and they did so with reference to what the Constitution meant in history.
Mm-hmm. Very good. You know, you were viewed as a judge, and you talked about this a bit yesterday, that writes lengthy opinions, that believes you should spell things out, and believes in being transparent. Is that a fair characterization? I don't wanna put words in your mouth.
That is.
Okay, good. I'm sure your clerks know that. I want to talk about something to me that's a bit the opposite, and that's something that some have termed the shadow docket. And that includes decisions that the court makes on an expedited basis that are usually unsigned and issued without oral argument or full briefing. In the last few years, we've seen the court increasingly deciding cases in this way, often over the dissent of maybe 3 or 4 of the justices. Last term, the court granted 20 requests for emergency relief, a historically high number. 10 years ago, in the October term of 2011, the court granted only 6 requests in an entire year. When do you think it's appropriate for the Supreme Court to grant emergency relief, use this docket? When are the circumstances that warrant this? And I think you know these decisions have a profound effect on people's lives. I'll just use one example. Last fall, in a 1-paragraph decision, a majority of the court refused to stop the enforcement of a Texas law that severely restricts a woman's access to abortion. In that case, even Chief Justice Roberts objected to the court's decision to let the law take effect, calling the statutory scheme not only unusual but unprecedented. As someone who believes in transparency, could you talk in general about when you think this shadow docket should be used, when emergency relief should be given, and how, if it's overused, it could undermine public confidence in the court?
Thank you, Senator. Well, there's a balance that the court has to consider, and that it, insofar as, on the one hand, it has always had an emergency docket. The need for flexibility, the ability to get answers to the parties at issue is something that's important in our system. On the other hand, the court has also considered the interest in allowing issues to percolate, allowing other courts to rule on things before they come to the court. And I am not privy at the moment to the justices' views and why and how they're using the emergency docket in these cases. If I was fortunate enough to be confirmed, I would look at those issues. But it's an interesting and important set of issues.
Okay. I think just another example of this, by the way, is the day before Wisconsin's primary election on April 6, 2020, right as the first beginnings of some of the health orders that came out with the beginning of the pandemic. The court issued a 5-4 decision halting a district court's order allowing voters extra time to cast their absentee ballots so that they could avoid waiting in line to vote. And back then, people literally got COVID with election workers and the like because of this. And again, I'm not going to belabor this point, but I think some of this is these decisions that are made that don't reflect some of the careful consideration that you have made in many of your decisions as a judge. But speaking of voting, I'll ask you one question on that front. Since the Supreme Court gutted the Section 5 preclearance regime of the Voting Rights Act in its decision in Shelby County, the D.C. Circuit has not seen many voting rights cases. However, as you know, Justice Ginsburg dissented in that case, describing the right to vote as the most fundamental right in our democratic system. Do you agree that the right to vote is fundamental?
Senator, the Supreme Court has said that the right to vote is the basis of our democracy, that it is the right upon which all other rights are essentially founded. Because in a democracy, there is one person, one vote, and there are constitutional amendments that relate directly to the right to vote. So it is a fundamental right in our democracy.
Yes, I know that's how Justice Barrett answered that question as well in her recent hearing. I'm going to turn to an area that Senator Lee and I, we both chair the subcommittee on antitrust. And so it's near and dear to my heart. So I thought I'd spend a little time. It usually gets relegated to the second round, but I'm putting it up on the docket here. U.S. antitrust law has been described as a comprehensive charter of economic liberty. And I agree. And effective antitrust enforcement plays a critical role, as you know, in protecting consumers and workers, promoting innovation, ensuring new businesses have an opportunity to compete. It actually, from really early on in our country's history, has been a very important part of assuring that capitalism works. And in January, for the first time since the dawn of the internet, the Senate passed a tech competition bill out of the Judiciary Committee. It's a bill that Senator Grassley and I lead. Many of the members of this committee supported the bill, 16-6 vote. It's called the American Innovation and Choice Online Act. It's now headed to the Senate floor. I'm not going to ask you about that bill, obviously, but I want to put this in some context. While tech monopolies have seized from 50 to 90% market share in major parts of their business lines, it is clear to me when you look at the plain language of the Sherman Act, Clayton Act, laws that are in place, that these monopolies are not okay. However, court rulings for decades in antitrust have created some major obstacles to taking on these cases. And it's not just court rulings. It is on us with, as I said, the dawn of the internet, decades having passed. It is on us, this Senate and the House, to update our laws this year to give enforcers the resources to do their jobs, something you, if confirmed, would not have a role in. But the role of the courts is also very critical. You have been nominated to replace Justice Breyer, who came to the court with a strong background in antitrust law. I know you handled a case. You and I discussed it in my office. I think it got decided the merger was abandoned, so you didn't have to rule on the merits of it. It was back in 2017, a FTC challenge. But I'll just quote something that Justice Breyer once said. He told this committee, if you're going to have a free enterprise economy, then you must have a strong and effective antitrust law. Do you agree with Justice Breyer's statement, and how would you characterize the goals of our antitrust laws?
Well, thank you, Senator. The antitrust laws protect competition and, as you said, therefore protect consumers and competitors and the economy as a whole. And the Sherman Act and the Clayton Act are broad in their in their statements and their protections, and there's a lot of precedent in this area. If I were confirmed, I would use my methodology to look at the precedents in these areas to ensure that any legislation that I was considering is interpreted according to the text, consistent with Congress's intent. And in the area of antitrust, that is ensuring that there is consumer protections.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And just to play it out a little bit, since the 1980s, the court in cases like Trinco and Credit Suisse, Ohio v. American Express, has really made it increasingly difficult to enforce the antitrust laws and industry consolidation, market power, not only in tech with companies like Google and Amazon and Facebook and Apple, but also across our economy, really in everything from pharma to cat food to caskets. What role do you think that congressional intent should play in the court's interpretation of the antitrust laws? And I say that because I think that we're dealing with some cases where justices have actually substituted their own ideologies for the intent of Congress in originally passing the laws. And I think it was Justice Souter who once said before this committee, when we are dealing with antitrust laws, we are dealing with one of the most spectacular examples of delegation to the judiciary that our legal system knows. And he added this, certainly a respect for legislative intent has got to be our anchor for interpretation. So what role do you think congressional intent should play in the court's interpretation of the antitrust laws?
Thank you, Senator. So I've interpreted a number of statutes in my near decade on the bench. And in every case, the text of a statute is what the court looks at in order to ascertain what the legislature intended. And that is important because, as I've said, courts are not policymakers, and judges should not be importing their own policy preferences. Judges are restrained in our constitutional scheme in order to affect the will of Congress in terms of their interpretation of the laws.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to another topic, and that's freedom of the press, New York Times v. Sullivan, 1964 case. We have recently witnessed, as you know, unprecedented attacks on journalists and journalism. whether it's violence overseas, recently losing, sadly, members of the press just in the last month in Ukraine, or threats and intimidation at home. This is very concerning to me, given the important role of the First Amendment. My dad was a newspaper reporter, so the issues hit home for me. Can you talk about your view of the role of journalists in our democracy?
Thank you, Senator. Journalists, freedom of the press is protected by the First Amendment. It is about the dissemination of information, which is necessary for a democratic form of government. The Supreme Court has held as much, and that was the basis for the court's determinations in protecting the press from liability in New York Times versus Sullivan and its progeny.
Okay. As you know, that ruling was a unanimous ruling in support of the First Amendment, and the court held that when newspapers report on public officials, they're only liable for untrue statements that are published with knowledge or reckless disregard for whether the statement was false. The court in Sullivan based its decision on our country's, quote, profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. That's their quote. And it recognized that, quote, erroneous statement is inevitable in free debate, end quote, and, quote, must be protected if the freedoms of expression are to have the breathing space that they need to survive. Do you agree that those principles are just as relevant today as they were when the Supreme Court first decided New York Times v. Sullivan?
New York Times v. Sullivan is the continuing binding precedent of the Supreme Court, and it does state the principles that the court has determined are undergirding the First Amendment right to free press.
Okay. And last summer, actually, in Berisha v. Lawson, the Supreme Court declined to review a case in which the 11th Circuit applied New York Times v. Sullivan. Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch each dissented from the decision not to grant cert, arguing that the court should reconsider its holding in Sullivan. How would you approach a case that sought to limit or overturn the central holding in New York Times v. Sullivan?
Thank you, Senator. Anytime the court is asked to revisit a precedent, there are criteria that the court uses to decide whether or not to overrule a precedent. New York Times versus Sullivan is a precedent, and stare decisis is very important. The principle that the Supreme Court should maintain its precedents for predictability and stability in the law. If the court is asked to revisit a precedent, its criteria, what it looks at, are whether the precedent is wrong, and in fact egregiously wrong, the court has said, whether there's been reliance on that precedent, whether there are other cases that are similar to the precedent or that relied on the precedent that have now shifted so that the precedent is no longer on firm footing. Whether or not the precedent is workable. Sometimes the Supreme Court will issue a ruling and determine later that it's not actually doing what the court intended, and whether or not there are new facts or a new understanding of the facts. Those various criteria are what the court looks at to decide whether or not to overturn a precedent, and they would be what I would look at if I were confirmed to the Supreme Court.
Thank you. I was recalling as you spoke about stare decisis at one of your first nominations hearing for the district court, and you actually, in response to one of my questions, you said stare decisis is a bedrock legal principle that ensures consistency and impartiality of judgments. And I think, as you know, by how you've talked more broadly about this moving off of the First Amendment questions, throughout the court's history, stare decisis has been so key, and the court has relied on it to maintain stability in the law, reaffirm its impartiality. As a former justice, I know Senator Durbin just read a very famous book about him, Minnesotan, Justice Harry Blackmun, who actually Justice Breyer succeeded on the court, said in his concurrence in Planned Parenthood v. Casey about the court's decision to uphold Roe v. Wade, he said, "What has happened today should serve as a model for future justices and a warning to all who have tried to turn this court into yet another political branch." What role do you think that stare decisis plays in protecting the independence of the judiciary and avoiding the perception that the court is acting as another, quote, political branch?
I think it plays a very important role as a doctrine that keeps shifts from happening in the court. That, as I previously mentioned, it's very important to have stability in the law for rule of law purposes, so that people can order themselves and predict their lives, given what the Supreme Court has already said. And if there were massive shifts every time a new justice came on, or every time new circumstances arose, there would be a concern that public confidence would be eroded. And so stare decisis is a very important doctrine that the Supreme Court has established, and it's one that furthers the rule of law in this country.
Thank you very much. Well, that's a good way to end Judge Jackson. And I do see Senator Cruz waiting in the wing. So by coincidence, and it looks like he has things he's putting up of charts. By coincidence, I was going to put on the record, and since he's here, it makes a lot of sense from the judge that you clerked for, Senator Cruz, Judge Luttig, who's now retired, and I know you were very close to him. And he actually submitted a letter on your behalf, Judge Jackson, and said in this letter, and he's an appointee of George H.W. Bush, similar to Judge Griffith, who introduced you yesterday, and I've been very impressed by the support you've had from retired judges, obviously not appropriate for current judges, but retired judges appointed by both Democratic and Republican presidents, as well as the bipartisan votes that you have gotten through the U.S. Senate for your other positions. But in this letter, the former Judge Luttig says that you are eminently qualified to serve on the Supreme Court of the United States. And then he actually says Republicans and Democrats alike should give their studied advice and then their consent to the president's nomination. And he adds Republicans in particular should vote to confirm Judge Jackson. So I thought that might be a good segue, Senator Cruz, to your question. So I asked Chairman that the letter of support from former Judge Luttig, who employed Senator Cruz as a trusted law clerk, be admitted to the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Judge Jackson.
Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar finds a Minnesota connection to almost everything. Very proud of the fact, but Justice Blackmun was born in Nashville, Illinois.
Okay, he was a lawyer at the Mayo Clinic, as we know, and spent a lot of time.
I'm going to lose this battle.
A lawyer in Minnesota when he was chosen to the Supreme Court, but thank you for pointing that out.
And now to the great state of Texas, Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Judge Jackson, welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You and I have known each other a long time.
We have.
We went to law school together. We were on the law review together. We were a year apart.
Happily so, I hope, Senator.
We were not particularly close, but we were always friendly and cordial.
We were.
And you and I had a very positive and productive meeting in my office where we discussed a number of things, including you were there with former Senator Doug Jones. And we discussed how he and I and a number of other senators had, for 2 different years, participated in reading aloud on the Senate floor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail, which is one of the truly great advocacies for civil rights our nation has seen. And you and I talked together about our shared admiration for Dr. King. When Senator Grassley questioned you earlier, he asked in particular about Dr. King's speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, where he said most critically, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." Do you agree with what Dr. King said in that speech there?
I do, Senator.
As we were discussing it, you referenced in my office a speech that you gave in January of 2020 at the University of Michigan School of Law. And after our discussion, I pulled a copy of your speech and read the speech in its entirety. And there were elements of the speech that I thought were really powerful. And let me say, your opening remarks yesterday were powerful and inspirational as well. And I think you and your family, the journey you have taken to becoming a federal judge, to becoming a federal Court of Appeals judge, I think demonstrates the incredible promise and the incredible opportunity this nation offers all of us. As I read your speech at the University of Michigan Law School, however, there was a portion that surprised me. And in particular in that speech, you referenced the work of, quote, acclaimed investigative journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones, and her, and again, this is a quote from the speech, provocative thesis that America was born in, provocative thesis that the America that was born in 1776 was not the perfect union that it purported to be. And indeed, Ms. Hannah-Jones, in her 1619 projects, describes the central thesis of the 1619 Project, which the New York Times laid out as a revisionist look of history, revising American history. And Ms. Hannah-Jones described her central thesis as, quote, one of the primary reasons the colonists decided to declare independence was because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery. Now, that claim is a highly contested historical claim. Do you agree with Ms. Hannah-Jones that one of the primary reasons the colonists decided to declare independence is because they wanted to protect the institution of slavery?
Thank you, Senator. When I gave that speech at the University of Michigan, I was asked to speak on Martin Luther King Day. And every year they have a Martin Luther King Day speaker. And I gave a speech about Black women in the civil rights movement. Most of the speech, if not all of the speech, was focused on African American women, their contributions to the civil rights movement, unsung contributions in many cases, and then some of the more recent African American women who have made claims, who have done things in our society. One slide was of Ms. A journalist, as you say, who made that statement, and I called it provocative. It is not something that I've studied. It doesn't come up in my work. I was mentioning it because it was, at least at that time, something that was talked about and well known to the students that I was speaking to at the law school.
So are you aware that since the 1619 Project came out, that it has been roundly refuted by very respected historians, including Gordon Wood of Brown University, including James McPherson of Princeton University. McPherson called it a, quote, very unbalanced, one-sided account which lacks content and perspective. And indeed, it was so thoroughly refuted that the New York Times quietly altered the digital version to remove references to 1619 as the year of America's true founding and the moment America began. Were you aware of that?
I was not.
So let me ask you, related to the 1619 project, which I believe is deeply inaccurate and misleading. 1619 project is closely intertwined with a movement that is called critical race theory. Critical race theory, as you know, originated at your and my alma mater at the Harvard Law School. In your understanding, what does critical race theory mean? What is it?
Senator, my understanding is that critical race theory is it is an academic theory that is about the ways in which race interacts with various institutions. It doesn't come up in my work as a judge. It's never something that I've studied or relied on, and it wouldn't be something that I would rely on if I was on the Supreme Court.
So critical race theory, as you know, has its origins in the critical legal studies movement, which also came from Harvard Law School, from a number of critical legal studies professors, crits as they were known when we were in law school, who are explicitly Marxists. And they find their origins in Marxism, although critical legal studies frames society as a fundamental battle between socioeconomic classes. Critical race theory frames all of society as a fundamental and intractable battle between the races. It views every conflict as a racial conflict. Do you think that's an accurate way of viewing society in the world we live in?
Senator, I don't think so, but I've never studied critical race theory and I've never used it. It doesn't come up in the work that I do as a judge.
So with respect, I find that a curious statement because you gave a speech in April of 2015 at the University of Chicago in which you described the job you do as a judge. And you said sentencing is just plain interesting because it melds together myriad types of law, criminal law, and of course constitutional law, critical race theory. So you described in a speech to a law school what you were doing as critical race theory. And so I guess I would ask, what did you mean by that when you gave that speech?
With respect, Senator, the quote that you are mentioning there was about sentencing policy. It was not about sentencing. I was talking about the policy determinations of bodies like the Sentencing Commission when they look at a laundry list of various academic subjects as they consider what the policy should be.
Okay, but you were vice chair of the Sentencing Commission, so let me ask again, what did you mean by, because that was an official responsibility of yours, what did you mean by what you were doing was critical race?
What I meant was that there are a number of, that slide does not show the entire laundry list of different academic disciplines that I said relate to sentencing policy, but none of that relates to what I do as a judge.
So let me ask you a different question. Is critical race theory taught in schools? Is it taught kindergarten through 12th?
Senator, I don't know. I don't think so. I believe it's an academic theory that's at the law school level.
Okay. As you may recall, during the confirmation hearings of Justice Amy Coney Barrett, there was a great deal of attention paid to the fact that Justice Barrett served as a board member on the Board of Trustees of a religious private school, and the press focused very intensely on the views of that school. In your questionnaire to this committee, you disclosed that you are similarly on a board, specifically the Board of Trustees for the Georgetown Day School, and that you've been a board member since 2019 and you're currently still a board member. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In regard to the Georgetown Day School, you've publicly said, quote, "Since becoming a member of the GDS community 7 years ago, Patrick and I have witnessed the transformative power of a rigorous progressive education that is dedicated to fostering critical thinking, interdependence, and social justice." When you refer to social justice and the school's mission on social justice, what did you mean by that?
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to address this issue. Georgetown Day School has a special history that I think is important to understand when you consider my service on that board. The school was founded in 1945 in Washington, D.C. at a time in which, by law, there was racial segregation in this community. Black students were not allowed in the public schools to go to school with white students. Georgetown Day School is a private school that was created when 3 white families, Jewish families, got together with 3 black families and said that despite the fact that the law requires us to separate, despite the fact that the law is set up to make sure that black children are not treated the same as everyone else, we are going to form a private school so that our children can go to school together. The idea of equality, justice, is at the core of the Georgetown Day School mission, and it's a private school such that every parent who joins the community does so willingly with an understanding that they are joining a community that is designed to make sure that every child is valued, every child is treated as having inherent worth, and none are discriminated against because of race.
So, Judge Jackson, all of us will agree that no one should be discriminated against because of race. When you just testified a minute ago that you didn't know if critical race theory was taught in K through 12, I will confess I find that statement a little hard to reconcile with the public record, because if you look at the Georgetown Day School's curriculum, it is filled and overflowing with critical race theory. That among the books that are either assigned or recommended, they include Critical Race Theory, an introduction. They include The End of Policing, an advocacy for abolishing police. They include How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi. They include literally stacks and stacks of books, and I'll tell you 2 of the ones that were most stunning. They include a book called Anti-Racist Baby by Ibram Kendi. And there are portions of this book that I find really quite remarkable. One portion of the book says babies are taught to be racist or anti-racist. There is no neutrality. Another portion of the book, they recommend to babies confess when being racist. Now, this is a book that is taught at Georgetown Day School to students in pre-K through 2nd grade, so 4 through 7 years old. Do you agree with this book that is being taught with kids that babies are racist?
Senator, I do not believe that any child should be made to feel as though they are racist, or though they are not valued, or though they are less than, that they are victims, that they are oppressors. I don't believe in any of that. But what I will say is that when you asked me whether or not this was taught in schools, critical race theory, my understanding is that critical race theory as an academic theory is taught in law schools, and to the extent that you were asking the question, I understood you to be addressing public schools. Georgetown Day School, just like the religious school that Justice Barrett was on the board of, is a private school.
Okay, so you agree critical race theory is taught at Georgetown Day School?
I don't know, because the board does not control the curriculum. The board does not focus on that. That's not what we do as board members, so I'm actually not sure.
Well, and I'll note that the board is chaired by Professor Fairfax, your college roommate who introduced you yesterday. So the 2 of you serve on the board together. Another book that is on the summer reading for 3rd through 5th grade is a book called Stamped for Kids, again by Ibram Kendi. I read the entirety of the book, and I will say it is an astonishing book. On page 33, it asks the question, can we send white people back to Europe? That's on 33. That's what's being given to 8 and 9 years old. It also, on page 115, says the idea that we should pretend not to see racism is connected to the idea that we should pretend not to see color. It's called color blindness. Skipping ahead, here's what's wrong with this. It's ridiculous. Skin color is something we all absolutely see. Skipping ahead, so to pretend not to see color is pretty convenient if you don't actually want to stamp out racism in the first place. Now, what this book argues for is the exact opposite of what Dr. King spoke about on the floor of the Lincoln Memorial. And are you comfortable with these ideas being taught to children as young as 4 and in respect to the first book, as young as 8 and 9 in respect to the second book?
Senator, I have not reviewed any of those books, any of those ideas. They don't come up in my work as a judge, which I'm respectfully here to address. In my work as a judge, which is evidenced from my near decade on the bench.
Okay, good. Then let's go back to your work as a judge. As was noted in the first slide, you discussed sentencing as being related to critical race theory. And earlier, there's been some back and forth as Democratic senators have tried to address your sentencing patterns as it concerns child pornography. And I'll confess, Judge Jackson, as I listened to your testimony, I believe you are someone who is compassionate. I believe you care for children, obviously your children and other children. But I also see a record of activism and advocacy as it concerns sexual predators that stems back decades and that is concerning. You wrote your note on the Harvard Law Review.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially Power Hour, 3 p.m. We got 1 hour left to the market close, ladies and gentlemen. The market's picking up. It was holding up anyway. Stock's holding up anyway. Ooh, Tesla 993. They broke, you guys. It's 1,000. Yep, they're short squeezed. Yep.
By requiring them to register with local law enforcement officials, notify community members of their presence, undergo DNA testing, and submit to civil commitment for an indefinite term. Although many courts and commentators herald these laws as valid regulatory measures, others reject them as punitive enactments that violate the rights of individuals who have already been sanctioned for their crimes. Under existing doctrine, the constitutionality of sex offender statutes depends upon their characterization as essentially preventative rather than punitive. And what you go on to explain is if they're viewed as punitive, they are unconstitutional. If they're viewed as preventative, they are not. And throughout the course of your note, you argue they should be viewed as punitive and therefore unconstitutional. Indeed, in the second to last page, you go through each of those 4 categories. You say requirements that sex offenders register may or may not be unconstitutional, depending upon whether, quote, in which sex offenders have no privacy right in registration information or blood samples. So you suggest that may or may not be constitutional, or you raise doubts about it. And then you raise very significant doubts about community notification, and you heavily suggest that civil commitment for sexual predators is unconstitutional. Do you still agree with the sentiments you expressed in your law school note?
Respectfully, Senator, those are not the sentiments that I expressed in my law school note. My law school note was about sex offender registration laws, which at the time were relatively new. As you know from our time in law school, one of the things that law school students do is they look for new developments in the law and they try to analyze them. That's something that makes for good fodder for a law school note. My note, which came out in 1996, was shortly after there were new Megan's laws. And the point that I was making was not that the laws were bad, that the laws were wrong. I was trying to assess something that is sort of fundamental in terms of the characterization of the laws. I didn't say that they were unconstitutional one way or the other. What I was trying to assess was how they are characterized. Some courts would look at those laws and call them preventative, and that has a certain set of consequences. Some courts would call them punitive, and that has a certain set of consequences. And what I was trying to do is figure out how to make the determination whether they were punitive or preventative.
Well, your note argued that they were punitive, and I would note that that view, there have been some on the bench that have advocated that. The Supreme Court in 1997 decided a case called Kansas versus Hendricks, in which it upheld Kansas's civil commitment statute. That was a 5-4 vote. This has been a question that has been close at the Supreme Court. And I would note beyond that, that in terms of the prevalence of these statutes, all 50 states and DC have registry requirements. 47 states have community notification requirements. All 50 states have DNA or blood banks for sex offenders requirements. And 20 of the states, the federal government in DC, have laws that allow for the indefinite detention of sex offenders. I would note in the state of Texas, a state court of appeals, relying on very much the same sort of reasoning you advocated in your note, struck down Texas's sexually violent predator civil commitment law. At the time I was the Solicitor General of Texas, I personally argued that appeal in the Texas Supreme Court. And the Texas Supreme Court unanimously reversed the Court of Appeals and upheld our statute. And if the views you advocated in law school prevailed, civil commitment laws across the country would be struck down, releasing sexual predators. And under the argument, community notification and DNA bank laws could well be struck down as well. Is that an outcome that should concern people?
Senator, my note wasn't advocating for the striking down of those laws. My note was trying to identify criteria that I thought could be applied consistently to determine whether the laws were punitive or preventative.
But with respect to Jackson, you argued that they were punitive, and you further say in the note, if they're punitive, they're unconstitutional.
I was looking at 4 different kinds of laws, and not all of them, did I say, were punitive.
Okay, so let's take civil commitments laws. If you look at civil commitment laws right now, the UCLA School of Law, Williams Institute, estimates more than 6,300 sex offenders are currently detained in civil commitment programs. If the view you advocated prevailed, presumably those 6,300 sex offenders would be released to the public. Is that an outcome that should be concerning?
Senator, in law school, when I was writing a note, I was looking at a brand new set of laws that had not previously been enacted in any jurisdiction. They were new. And I was assessing at the time, as law school students do, what criteria I thought might be used by courts to make a determination in the future as to whether or not they should be treated as punitive and therefore not unconstitutional, but as therefore ones that carry with them certain rights versus preventative.
Judge Jackson, so you've pointed that these were views in law school, and listen, I will recognize that all of us, when we are students, may have views that as time and maturity passes on, we may change. But what troubles me is this was not just a law school view, it's one that has continued. So when you were vice chairman of the Sentencing Commission, you expressed significant concerns that the White House has argued that your quotes were taken out of context. So I want to provide the full context of your quote, because you said, yes, I want to ask you about the means by which we can distinguish more or less serious offenders. I know that all of you have sort of touched on that. Mr. Futrell, you talked about going from singular to one-on-one to group experience. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of inevitable and natural progression from one stage to the other, such that you could say that the least serious offenders are in the singular experience stage. I guess my thought is, in looking at some of the testimony that other people will have later in the day, I was surprised at some of the testimony with respect to the motivation of offenders, and we're talking about child pornography offenders, and that there are people who get involved with this kind of activity who may not be pedophiles and who may not be necessarily interested really in the child pornography, but have other motivations with respect to the use of technology and being in the group. And here are lots of reasons perhaps why people might engage in this. And so I'm wondering whether you could say that there could be a less serious child pornography offender who is engaging in the type of conduct in the group experience level because their motivation is the challenge or to use the technology. They're very sophisticated technologically, but they aren't necessarily that interested in the child pornography piece of it. Now I find that a pretty remarkable argument that people in possession of child pornography are not actually interested in the child porn. They're not pedophiles. They're just interested in technology. Is that? And I wanted to provide the whole quote because the White House said that portions of this were used out of context. So this is your entire quote. Do you agree with that sentiment that there is some meaningful population of people who have child pornography but are not in fact pedophiles or getting satisfaction from it?
Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to address what appears to be a question that I was asking in the context of a hearing on child pornography. You've provided the entire quote, and it looks as though I was asking that of someone, not taking that position. And the position that I've taken in all of my sentencings involving child pornography offenders is to ensure that despite the attitude and view of many of the offenders who came before me when I was a trial judge, that they were just lookers, that they weren't really harming anyone, that they were curating their collections and they never touched a child, I made sure that they understood that notwithstanding their collecting behavior, that they were causing significant harm.
So Judge Jackson, all right, you raise your actual sentencing, and I think that's very productive. Let's take a look at your actual sentencing. And you've had 10 different cases involving child pornography. These are the cases. There are two, U.S. versus Buttry and U.S. versus Can, for which the government did not make a recommendation. And you said earlier when Chairman Durbin was trying to preempt this line of attack, you said it's a sickening and egregious crime, which I very much agree with. And you said the guidelines lead to extreme departures. Okay. Let's look at what the prosecutors are asking for. And I would note that this was in the District of Columbia, where prosecutors are far more liberal than many of the prosecutors in this country. And in every case in which, so United States versus Hess, there was a mandatory statutory minimum of 60 months, and you imposed 60 months because you had no discretion. In United States versus Nickerson, there was a mutual agreement of the parties to 120 months, and that's what you imposed. In every other case, United States versus Chazen, the prosecutor asked for 78 to 97 months. You imposed 28 months. 28 months is a 64% reduction. In United States versus Cooper, the prosecutor asked for 72 months. You imposed 60 months. That was a 17% reduction. In United States versus Downs, the prosecutor asked for 70 months. You imposed 60. That was a 14% reduction. In United States versus Hawkins, the prosecutor asked for 24 months. You imposed 3 months. That was an 88% reduction. In United States versus Savage, the prosecutor asked for 49 months. You imposed 37. That was a 24% reduction. In United States versus Stewart, the prosecutor asked for 97 months. You imposed 57. That was a 41% reduction. Every single case, 100% of them, when prosecutors came before you with child pornography cases, you sentenced the defenders to substantially below, not just the guidelines, which are way higher, but what the prosecutor asked for on average of these cases, 47.2% less. Now, you said you made sure the voice of the children was heard. Do you believe in a case like United States versus Hawkins, where the prosecutor asked for 24 months and you sentenced the offender to only 3 months? Do you believe the voice of the children is heard when 100% of the time you're sentencing those in possession of child pornography to far below what the prosecutor's asking for?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Could you explain how?
I will. A couple of observations. One is that your chart does not include all of the factors that Congress has told judges to consider, including the probation office's recommendation in these cases.
Well, Judge Jackson, we don't have those probation. The committee has not been given the probation office's recommendation. We would welcome them. Mr. Chairman, I would love to see those. We don't have access to them.
The second thing I would say is that I take these cases very seriously as a mother, as someone who, as a judge, has to review the actual evidence in these cases and, based on Congress's requirement, take into account not only the sentencing guidelines, not only the recommendations of the parties, but also things like the stories of the victims. Also things like the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history and characteristics of the defendant. Congress is the body that tells sentencing judges what they are supposed to look at. And Congress has said that a judge is not playing a numbers game. The judge is looking at all of these different factors and making a determination in every case based on a number of different considerations. And in every case, I did my duty to hold the defendants accountable in light of the evidence and the information that was presented to me.
In 100% of the cases, was the evidence less than the prosecutors asked for?
Senator, the evidence in these cases are egregious. The evidence in these cases are among the worst that I have seen, and yet, as Congress directs, judges don't just calculate the guidelines and stop. Judges have to take into account the personal circumstances of the defendant because that's a requirement of Congress. Judges have to consider things like the victims, and when I was talking about making sure that victims' circumstances are heard, it was about my sentencing practices that I
show victims being heard with respect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In 2012, the Sentencing Commission, on a unanimous bipartisan basis, issued a report recommending changes to sentencing for non-production child pornography, which is the subject at hand. Offenses because of widespread concern among judges and other stakeholders. For example, 70% of surveyed judges said the guideline ranges for possession and receipt offenses were too high. 71% said the mandatory minimums were too high. Notably, the report was supported by every member of the commission. I believe the question which Senator from Texas was referring to was part of the proceedings that led to that commission report. Unanimous convention, bipartisan basis commission report.
Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I would ask unanimous consent that the books I referenced be entered into the record.
Without objection. Senator Coons?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley. Judge Jackson. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you, Senator.
I'd like to take a few minutes, if I could, and just give you a chance to address some of the issues just raised. My colleague suggested that you've never sentenced a defendant in a child pornography case consistent with what the government requested, what the prosecution requested. But according to my staff's research, that's just not true. So let me briefly ask you about 3 specific sentencing cases. Do you remember U.S. v. Nickerson? You sentenced Charles Nickerson Jr. to 10 years in prison. Exactly what the government requested.
I do, Senator.
Do you remember U.S. v. Fife? You sentenced him to 20 years in prison. Exactly what the government requested.
I do, Senator.
And do you recall U.S. v. Nguyen? You sentenced him to 37 months in prison. Exactly what the prosecution requested?
I do, Senator.
So in these three cases, it's also true that the government, the prosecution, requested below guidelines sentences. Would that seem surprising to you at all?
It would not.
And is that because overwhelmingly nationwide, in 70% of cases, and in your district, 80% of cases, downward departures from the guidelines are the norm?
That is correct, Senator.
So to the extent there seems to be some concerted effort to try and characterize you as being soft on crime or somehow unconcerned about child safety, I just wanted to take another moment and give you a chance to respond to that. As a parent, as the member of a family that's had several members who've served your brother, your uncles in law enforcement, could you share a bit about how having loved ones who serve as law enforcement officers, in one case a detective on a sex crimes unit, has had an impact on your sense of the balance of justice and mercy in the case of ensuring that we hold to account those who commit crimes against children?
Thank you, Senator. As a mother, these cases involving crimes against children are harrowing. What I think is important to understand is that trial judges who have to deal with these cases are presented with the evidence or descriptions, graphic descriptions. These are the cases that wake you up at night because you're seeing the worst of humanity. When there are victim statements that are presented, when people talk about how their lives have been destroyed as children, how the people who they trusted to take care of them were abusing them in this way, and then putting the pictures on the internet for everyone to see. I sometimes still have nightmares about the main witness, the woman I mentioned earlier who cannot leave her house because of this kind of fear, the vulnerability, the isolation. These crimes are horrible. And so I take them very seriously, just as I did all of the crimes, but especially crimes against children.
So, Your Honor, if I could, the characterization that was just presented in a recent column in the National Review, a conservative publication, has characterized that view of you as a smear that appears meritless to the point of demagoguery and characterizes your approach in sentencing in these cases as mainstream and correct. And I'll just remind my colleagues and those watching that two of the largest, most substantial law enforcement advocacy organizations in our country, the National Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Chiefs of Police, have spoken up in support of your qualifications and your capabilities. The FOP letter says there's little doubt you have the temperament, intellect, legal experience, and family background to have earned this appointment. That sentiment was echoed by the IACP. In their letter, they said, you believe you have a deep understanding of and appreciation for the challenges and complexities confronting the policing profession, and you have, during your time as a judge, displayed your dedication to ensuring our communities are safe and that the interests of justice are served. I find it hard to believe that these organizations, having looked closely at your judicial decisional record, your sentencing decisions, your lifetime conduct, would have taken those unusual steps to be that forceful in supporting you if, in fact, you had somehow a disturbing record of coddling child pornographers or being soft on crime. In fact, Judge, your record, in my view, demonstrates you're an even-handed and impartial judge. And I can see that when I look at cases you ruled on that involve very politically charged or partisan interests. You've delivered rulings on both sides for plaintiffs and defendants And in my review of your record, you've put any personal views or concerns aside. You've based your decisions on the argument of the parties, the facts in the record, the applicable law and precedent, and the well-reasoned and thorough opinions you've written show to me a judge striving to make even-handed decisions based on facts and law, not on some caricature of a leftist agenda. But don't just take my word for it. We've received an outpouring of support for your nomination. As we'll hear on Thursday, a very wide range of groups and individuals have sent letters or testimony to this committee in support of your nomination. It's no surprise to me that your legal mind, your experience, your temperament inspire strong support from some of the best and brightest of our legal community. And I think it's worth highlighting that among those many who have written to us are included well-respected conservative and Republican lawyers and Republican-appointed judges who agree with my characterization that you're an even-handed and impartial judge. We've received a letter from 24 conservative lawyers who held positions in Republican administrations or are well known for their conservative political or legal views, who wrote this committee to urge your speedy confirmation. They praised your character and intellect and called you, and I quote, a truly excellent person. I'd like to focus, though, on the way that these conservative lawyers characterized your judicial decision-making, which is, after all, the core issue before us, is whether you are the sort of judge at the district court, circuit court, that should be elevated to the Supreme Court. And they note in this letter that in nearly 10 years on the bench, as a district judge and then in the Court of Appeals, Judge Jackson has been involved in thousands of cases running the full range of federal law. You're approximately 500, I think it's more than 570 now. Opinions written during this time have, and I'm quoting, demonstrated complete command of the legal subject matter, a judicious and even-handed approach, a fine ability to express yourself with force and great clarity. They've also demonstrated, and I'm quoting, another attribute essential for a judge, a sense of empathy for the situations of others. Judicious and even-handed. These prominent conservative lawyers want this committee to know you're judicious and even-handed and recommend you for the Supreme Court without reservation, despite having noted they differ with you concerning some political or partisan issues. And they're not alone. Judge Griffith, in a letter to this committee, and then followed up with personal testimony in your introduction yesterday, a judge appointed by former President George W. Bush enthusiastically supports your nomination. I was struck by his description of your intellectual capacity, your keen legal mind, as well as your character and judicial approach. And now I'm quoting from his testimony to this committee yesterday. Judge Jackson, he told us, is an independent jurist who adjudicates based on the facts and the law, not as a partisan. He went on, as Justice Scalia taught us, an indispensable feature of the republic the Constitution created is an independent judiciary of judges who've taken an oath not to a president or a party, but to the American people and to God, that they will be impartial. And he concluded that you, Judge Jackson, have demonstrated an unwavering commitment to that oath. That's a conservative judge appointed by a Republican president who told this committee he's confident you'll decide cases based on the facts and the law, not as a partisan. Now, I value the working relationships I have with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. We can and do at times have fierce policy disagreements, but we also work together to try and find ways as lawmakers and individuals to respect each other. And I take it as a personal sort of badge or a source of pride when someone with whom I really disagree on one issue is able to legislate with me on another. And so I imagine, Your Honor, it must be gratifying to know that a judge who literally sat in judgment of, reviewed dozens and dozens of your opinions. In fact, I think he reversed you once.
Oh, more than. More than.
Here is someone who closely read and reviewed your decisions, and as a circuit judge sat in review of your work over years as a district, hundreds of opinions as a district court judge, and has such unequivocal praise for the even-handed, impartial, thorough, and nonpartisan way you've approached judicial decision-making. Could you just briefly share with me what it means to you to hear that someone like Judge Griffith has such confidence you would make an excellent member of our highest court?
Thank you, Senator. It means the world to me to have the support of Judge Griffith. His coming here yesterday and testifying on my behalf was so gratifying. I have tried in every respect to follow my methodology that enables me to rule impartially in every case and to understand the limits of my own judicial authority and thereby reach decisions without fear or favor. My record demonstrates that I am not proceeding from any sort of preconceived notion about how a case comes out. I'm not ruling consistent with any sort of ideology. I'm doing what impartial and fair judges do, which is to decide in every case based only on the facts and the law of that case. And I'm very, very pleased that Judge Griffith has seen that in the years that he supervised me effectively as a Court of Appeals judge when I was a district judge. And I think it's wonderful that he was able to come here and testify to that.
Well, Judge, for those watching and for those following this, that they might be puzzled because my colleague, the junior senator from the state of Texas, has tried to ascribe all sorts of views to you in his recent questioning that try to paint you as some kind of an activist with a radical agenda. And in my review of your experience and your record, these letters from judges and scholars, I don't see anything that remotely substantiates that claim. We are here to evaluate your qualifications, your judicial decision-making. But so let me get at a few of these points specifically, if I could. I've heard references to the 1619 Project and critical race theory, but I didn't hear that cited in any reference to your opinions as a judge. In your 9 years on the bench as a district court judge, more than 570 decisions, have you ever cited the 1619 Project?
No, Senator.
In your 9 years on the bench and more than 570 opinions, have you ever cited the journalist or principal author of that 1619 Project, Ms. Hannah Jones?
I have not.
And in your 9 years on the bench and more than 570 decisions, have you ever used, employed, relied upon critical race theory to determine the outcome of any case or to impose any sentence or as a framework for your decision-making?
No, Senator.
Would you just explain to us briefly what sort of factors you do, in fact, consider in your analysis?
Senator, when I analyze a case, I am looking at the arguments that the parties raise in the case. I'm looking at the record, which is the facts of the case developed, if I'm on the Court of Appeals, developed below. And I'm looking at the law. I'm looking at any statutes. I'm hewing to the text. I'm looking at constitutional provisions to the extent that they are applicable and any precedents related to the case at issue. Those are the inputs that are appropriate for a judge to consider, and those are the only things that I use in my decision-making.
Well, I appreciate your laying that out, and I'll just, let me dig into two cases if I can that I think are also probative here, because I agree with the wide range of supporters we've heard from that you've demonstrated an even and impartial judicial approach in your record. But this is true not just in the hundreds of sort of run-of-the-mill quotidian cases that are considered by a district court judge, but in several that have been highly charged and really quite political in terms of their consequences. I'd like to discuss your opinion in the Center for Biological Diversity versus McAleenan. Do you recall that case?
I do, Senator.
It was a dispute between groups advocating for environmental protection and the Trump administration's Department of Homeland Security. The dispute was about President Trump's efforts to quickly construct a physical border wall between the United States and Mexico. I'm sure I don't need to remind you or anyone here that at the time, Democrats were just about unanimous in thinking that physically building a wall from coast to coast was not the wisest use of resources to secure the border. There were other ways to do it, and with Republicans pretty much unanimously willing to defend it. So it was a policy matter with some sharp divisions and some political consequences. You ultimately ruled in favor of the construction of the wall and against an attempt by environmental groups to halt its construction through a legal case. Can you discuss what you recall just briefly of the claims presented and how you came to a decision in favor of the Trump administration?
Senator, the claims in that case, which as you say were brought by an environmental organization, related to the Administrative Procedures Act, which is something that we often see in the District of Columbia, and whether or not the agency could waive certain environmental laws pertaining to the construction of the wall, whether or not the agency's determination to do so was lawful. And I looked at the relevant circumstances, and I ended up, I believe, dismissing that case on threshold grounds before getting to that point in the analysis. But consistent with what you said, I was guided by my understanding of the law and what it required, and not by anything else.
I could spend a lot of time on the details of this case, but let me try and summarize it this way. You analyzed the statute, you concluded Congress had clearly blocked the courts from hearing non-constitutional challenges. There was no jurisdictional bar to the constitutional claims. To decide them, you considered whether the plaintiff's claims were viable. You looked for precedent. You found one. While not controlling, you thought it was legally sound and persuasive. But there was no controlling circuit court or Supreme Court precedent that stopped you. If you were in fact an activist judge, a motivated partisan determined to let these plaintiff environmental groups proceed, you certainly could have. There was no clear precedent that barred that from happening. You analyzed the statute. You applied the best precedent you could find, and you reached a result without regard to the political consequences.
That is correct, Senator.
So in my view, I wanted to talk about this case because there's really nothing unusual or special about it from your perspective.
That is correct.
For those of us up here, there was a lot special and important about it. It was a highly charged partisan and political issue, but you looked at the statute, you found persuasive precedent, you applied it, you went on to the next case. Well, let me ask about another decision. In a case addressing another very politically charged issue, and specifically this involves the emails of former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Now, the Republican National Committee, or the RNC, is opposing your nomination, publicly accusing you of being a partisan Democrat. And they argue you could not possibly be an impartial justice. But ironically, back in 2016, you presided over a case brought by the RNC against USAID related to then presidential candidate Clinton, and you ruled in favor of the RNC. Both the substance and the timing of the case are really quite striking.
I did.
The RNC made Freedom of Information Act requests for certain emails involving the former secretary. And despite what the RNC would have us now believe, in this case, you reinforced your deserved reputation for following the law, not a partisan agenda, because you ordered USAID to produce thousands of pages of documents related to Secretary Clinton. Do you recall when you issued that decision, that order?
I actually don't.
Well, I'll tell you, it was just before the presidential conventions. So if there was a moment when the RNC had a political objective, it was right before the convention, and you actually issued a ruling that they were entitled to email production from the USAID on the basis of legal arguments presented to you, the statute at issue, and the evidence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Well, Your Honor, I'm frankly really struck at the fact that, for all the back and forth in Senate hearings and academic circles about the judicial philosophy of Supreme Court nominees, You've shown what the experience of nearly a decade overwhelmingly spent on the district court has produced. A methodology, an approach that looks at the Constitution, the statute, the facts, the arguments of the parties, and reaches a result. Without fear or favor, without taking into account the partisan issue at stake. I don't believe that a judicial philosophy is always all that meaningful. The judge for whom I clerked on the Third Circuit had spent years as a district court judge, and when I asked her, what's your judicial philosophy? She looked at me and said, I just call balls and strikes. I'm a judge who rules on the case before me in exactly the same frame that you offered. A judicial philosophy does not in and of itself constrain a judge. What constrains a judge is a judge who is willing to be constrained, who understands that the role of the federal judiciary is a limited one. And so the real question I think a president should consider when they make a nomination, the question that we as senators need the answer to in order to perform our function of advice and consent, and the question that I think resonates best with the American people who are concerned about this hearing and this nomination and how it will impact the country and their lives is sort of, what kind of justice will you be? We want to know if you'll be fair. We want to know if you'll be faithful to the Constitution and to the rule of law. You've been a judge almost 10 years and you've written more than 570 opinions. I'd say your record as a judge is the best answer to the question, what kind of justice you will be. How would you say, Your Honor, that your approach to judging on the district court relates to the way you are now judging on the circuit court? And what approach do you think you will bring with you if confirmed to the Supreme Court?
Thank you, Senator. My approach all the way through is one that I believe is required by my duties, by my oath as a judge. We rule without fear or favor. We are independent as judges in our responsibilities. We understand at the district court level, at the Court of Appeals level, and at the Supreme Court that judges are restrained, are constrained in the exercise of our power under our constitutional scheme. My methodology is designed to help me to make decisions within those confines at every level. It's no different now that I'm on the Court of Appeals than when I was on the district court with respect to my understanding of the constraints on my authority and my responsibility to be impartial in my rulings. And I think it would be no different at the Supreme Court.
Well, Your Honor, I know we've walked through just a few cases today now. In some ways, we've only scratched the surface of your decade and the more than 570 opinions you've written. But it's clear to me from what I've reviewed and from just this sample that, as we also heard from colleagues, from conservative lawyers, from judges who wrote to the committee, that you are judicious and even-handed, that you have a demonstrated record of excellence, that you adjudicate based on the facts and the law and not as a advocate, activist, or partisan. And I encourage my colleagues who want to know what kind of a justice you'll be to take a fair and even-handed look at your record, at your impartiality, and at your methodology. Your experience is extensive and broad. Your commitment to follow the law impartially and without the influence of politics is evident in your record. Your keen legal mind, judicial temperament, and impeccable character are plain to all. As Judge Griffith told this committee in a review of your record makes clear, you've demonstrated that the way you approach cases is based on the law and not on some political agenda. You understand the reason why the robes of our federal judges are black, not red or blue. The American justice system, as many have said, is rooted in the impartiality, the independence, and the reliability of our federal judicial system. It is one of the most critical bulwarks of our system of ordered liberty. No wonder that when you came before this body to be confirmed for the district court and then the circuit court, you earned and received bipartisan support. I know President Biden counts nominating a Supreme Court justice among the most significant decisions of his presidency, and our role here in the Senate in confirming a justice to our highest court is among our most solemn obligations and greatest privileges. So in nominating you, I believe our president has met his mission, and it will be my honor to join, I hope, the overwhelming majority of my colleagues in supporting your confirmation as an Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Coons. Last week, the committee received a letter, Judge, from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, representing survivors of domestic violence, urging the Senate to swiftly confirm you to the Supreme Court. The committee also received a letter about your nomination from 9 separate organizations representing both survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. The letter said, and I quote, Judge Jackson is highly qualified for the position as her career and record demonstrate. Her historic confirmation as Supreme Court's first Black woman and the 6th woman overall will represent monumental progress toward a nation it is charged to serve, and that values all of its citizens equally. The organizations also noted, quote, Judge Jackson's rulings reflect the judicial consensus. I move to enter these letters into the record. Without objection, they will be. Senator Sass, you're next up, but we're on the cusp of a vote. So I want to be fair to you. We're going to take a break at this point. I'm going to hope.
I thought we were taking a break and going to go vote, but if you want me to go first, I'm good.
No, I think we ought to go over there and
Okay.
pray that it comes along and we can return quickly. So why don't we declare this break time for 20 minutes, 4:05, back in the room.
All right, so 4:05, they're back in the room, you guys. So looks like the market will be closed in. But LCAOD, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We will be staying after hours just for a few. So we're not going to watch that, but we're going to watch earnings play here. Adobe reports here after the bell. Adobe Technology, ladies and gentlemen, reports after the bell. So we're going to tune in to that while we see that starting back, I guess. But, man, as you can see, man, they're nailing her on the cross with the questions, putting the pressure on her. But the market overall is liking something. Here is something in the water here. The market is loving. These bulls are just like rallying, just going through. I say these bulls right now, man, they are found themselves out the woods, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're in the woods anymore. We found an accident. They're running and they're running and they're gone. So this is where it is right now, ladies and gentlemen. You want to be cautious, though, about buying on the high now. So it's the market's at a new teaching point I'm starting to realize here. Basically, so the market's going to be spiking up like this. You're going to be seeing these short squeezes here because people are not covering on these puts. They're shorting here, buying puts. This is the traders market, too, right now. Keep in mind, this ain't really got nothing to do with investors. If you're an investor right now, you're a shareholder, you're living the lavish life right now. Your account's looking lovely. It should be looking green here. That's how they get paid when the market goes up. But if you're a trader here and you've been shorting the market and are not covering, not getting calls as well, you're getting squeezed here. And that's what you're seeing here. These companies do have leverage. I always told you, do not doubt these market caps, especially the $1 trillion ones. You cannot play with that. It's real serious here. It's just finances. You can't really be fooling around here. It's all business, nothing personal. So you want to know the rules, ladies and gentlemen. LCLD provides that. You could go to my website, www.letcashaccumulate.overdays.com. Sign up. I can get you signed up, set up here on your account, or you know what I'm saying. We can figure out a way to just get you in the class and get you tutored up here so you can realize what's really going on. It's best to really paper trade, ladies and gentlemen. That's why I do read the disclaimer. This is not financial advice. You don't want to be listening to me on this stream, taking my word for it. But I have been doing it for a while, and so I do have a business, ladies and gentlemen. Things are legal this way. But it's 3:47. Market about to close here in 15, 17, 14, 13 minutes. Man, it's getting crazy here. Market's up here. Stocks up here. Amazon's leading the way up 80 here. Google's on them on their neck. Google's on them on their neck. 85, man. Google's on them 85 here. Tesla picked up here. Like I said, they got short squeeze earlier. As you can see, LCAOD looking really, really good here today, up about 20% today. Shout out to Mods and Mods I Trust and Kathy I Trust. And they're still going here now. Tesla definitely wants 1,000 here. It broke 996, so they definitely wanted that 1,000. Oh man, it's gonna get very interesting though here, because we do know levels can Tesla can really be about 1,040. I do remember that being resistance of last year towards the end, and then after it broke that, it rallied up to 1,100. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. It's still a lot of room to go. It's still an opportunity for you to make some money here each and every day. You just got to be calm, be patient, wait your turn. Market's picking up here though right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is where you don't feel how that FOMO spots at 450. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We got some trouble here. We are officially out the bear market here, ladies and gentlemen. Reverse, bullish. Yes, sir. Spots at 450, you guys. It's over here. So we have finally reached that goal. We know we're going to get rejected here. It's just a celebration. It's been a while. It's been about 3 months, ladies and gentlemen. They're finally paying back here. Market's turning it around, man. This is awesome here. Count's looking good. Market's in the green. Indices up. Dow's up 84%. NASDAQ's leading the way up 2.8%. S&P 500 is up about 1.25%. And the crypto chicks are fixing crypto's diversity problem. They're trying to anyway, the crypto chicks. So, yeah, that's a real thing. They got crypto chicks, you guys. So keep an eye out on Ethereum is at 3K. They've made it back that way. And Bitcoin's at 42,000. They made it back above 40K. So that's really good, man. That is really good. It's really, really good, really, really good, really great there for the future there. Man, these numbers get higher. People get paid more. This is how it works here, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break right here. And y'all take a quick break too, man. It's about to get very interesting after hours with Adobe earnings. They usually make a move, but as far as their holding, that's going to be the real key there. So we're going to see here what's going to happen after hours. But we're going to take a quick break here now. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
DJ Goldie.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Yes, your baby mama smash you cool, you in love with her, let her eat the dick. Mom count hundreds, let her let it pee. Trap out your shit, let you pay the rent. Trap, that's all I know, it's time to cut this bitch. Soon as the pack come in, I gotta go and serve the shit. Serving quick, I'm swerving quick with a yellow ball, show some other shit. Tryna suck me up in some foreign shit. Tryna fuck me up in this foreign shit. Yeah, Keisha hit my line talking shit, say who you riding that phone with. I said, bitch, get off my line, bitch, you want some stalking shit. I had to leave her quick, yo.
Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Bitch, get off my line. I'm smoking thrax with my lungs. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me Nick, don't waste my time. Flavor Flav, baby girl, yeah, your time is up. If you ain't sucking dick or fucking get about this foreign. I ain't like these other niggas, she said them niggas boring. She said I'm tryna roll with you, you got the loudest roaring. Then I got some neck, her throat game is amazing. Then she keeps sucking like this, then I gotta roll up daily. She swallow all my kids, the doctors thought they saw babies. She swallow all my kids, she my babysitter crazy. Girl, you ain't got a lot of me, you not my lady. Blind will make me earthquake, I ain't talking Haiti. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Ain't no frontin' over here, so it's fuck you, pay me. Like, bitch, get off my line. Get off my line. Smoking threats with my lines. Ain't no need for all that line. Just give me the Nick, don't waste my time.
We did not get your message, either because you were not speaking or because of a bad connection. To disconnect, press 1. To record your message, press 2.
You know how we coming? It's DJ Goldie.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? I'm getting money like DJ Cream. Fuck chasing, we been lapped our dreams. What's up? Like scream. I ain't with that talking, I ain't trying to sing. It's either you're shopping or you're searching like Bing. I'm off that lane, I ain't trying to intervene. Trying to find a bad bitch, put dick in her spleen. Wondering should I take her on a trick or a treat? Haters mad cause they packs not potent. Drake say the best guess is the motion. Can't be mad at us cause we was chosen. My packs musty, man, them shits need deodorant. Pouring foes up, all in that soda. Pretty Gucci, ain't none of us folded. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We just get money, yeah, that's the motive. We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green?
Pull a boat in the Henny. I'm with a bop on the 2x2. Talking about she wanna stay the night. Bitch, just a 3 live cool. Chain in my rings, bitch, glistening. Hoes looking from the side, yeah, they whispering. Like, who them niggas blowing on that threats with the pack? Girl, come over here, let me put you on your back. Bust her open to the game. All I do is hang.
DJ Goldie.
In the trap, in the trenches. Can't go to sleep, all I wanna count is milli.
We off that lane, we rolling beams. I'm with the team, we gritty green. We on the scene, we making plays. Haters set screens, we serve the fiends. We after money, we after money. Why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green? We after money, why you think we love green?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. The market is about to close here in 4 minutes. A little pullback here at the close here. Don't worry about it, you guys. It's okay. It's okay. We really are bullish here. We really are out of the woods. There's no such thing. The bull is like kind of on the highway to heaven. Yeah, the bull is trying to find his way back to that arena and get back to what his owner. That's just what I'm seeing here, you guys. That's how I view it here. It is 3:56 p.m. Like I said, the market is about to close in the green. It looks like the Dow's going to be closing about near 70%. NASDAQ 1.87%. The S&P 500 about 1% up. So, man, what a day. What a day, man. Continuation. Wow. There's a clap, man. Give yourself a clap, man. Give yourself a pat on the back, man. Give yourself a pat on the back. If you woke up today and you felt like, I want to make some money and I want to do it myself, and you did it, man. Give yourself a clap, man. Give yourself a pat on the back. Ain't nothing wrong with it, no matter how much you made. Oh, and if you didn't make nothing today, ain't nothing wrong with that either. Just keep in mind you learned something. I'm sure you learned. Try again. Again and again and again and again and again and again. Just keep trying. Even if you won, same thing. Repetition. Again. Try again, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, that's what it is, man. That's what it is, man. But the market is about to close here. it was really a chill day here. Now I know tomorrow. I do gotta warn you guys. Be cautious. Powell is approaching us. Ladies and gentlemen, because Powell is approaching us in the morning. So don't get too excited, dear. Just quite yet. Like I said, the bull is on the highway, meaning it's lost, trying to find its way back to the arena out the woods. It can easily be captured, brought back to the woods. We don't know yet. Still can go either way. So still stay neutral out there, you guys. That's the best thing to do right now. You know, people are making money, but they deserve it because their portfolios were getting demolished here for about 3 months. Now things are slightly recovering here, but it can get better. It's still opportunity. That's what I'm saying. It can get better, you guys. It can become a full recovery. We could be chasing all-time highs again. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute. Yes, sir. We got 1 minute left, ladies and gentlemen. You can only buy, sell, trade, and buy shares, anything for 1 minute left. The market's about to close at 4 p.m. You can no longer trade. You can only trade tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. You can only buy shares after hours. That's it. LCOD will be closing at 4 p.m. LCOD will be reopening tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I will be here in the pre-market trying to anyway. I will try to be up early, ladies and gentlemen. LCALD. And as I said, we do not know. Stay neutral out here. The market can come down. We can make a bottom here. We do know that there is a bottom there. Possibly there's a gap at the bottom. There's a gap at the top. We know the market can go either way here. It's about to close now. So stay tight out there. Stay neutral. Stay focused here. Figure out how to accumulate cash outside of the market. Ding, 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 ding. Market is closed, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to tune into Adobe earnings here, and I think that that hearing is still going on here. So we're going to tune back into that when they get there. They're taking a little briefing there right now, but Adobe earnings is about to kick off, so we're going to tune in live here with that. We're going to stick around just for the earnings, ladies and gentlemen. The market is officially closed down here in the green, as you can see. Dow closed at 73%. The S&P 500 closed. Oh, what's up, Discord? Buzz me just there. The S&P 500 is up 1.13%. NASDAQ is up 1.95 close. Russell 2000 1.8 close. Still ticking. I think that's probably final there though. VIX closed down, you guys, $22. That's why the market went up here today, 2.63%, 2.72%. The VIX closed down here, $22.89. Market took advantage of that today, but it was needed. It was needed. The VIX has been high for a while here. It was needed. You got to pay both sides here. You got to make it equal. You got to make it fair. So let's tune into Adobe earnings here. It's about to get really intense here. Let's watch the show, man. Let's watch the show. Let's enjoy the show. I really like this play for the long term too. I like this play post earnings more than I do pre earnings, but they can run here. We know. Let's figure it out and see what's going to end up happening. Let's get it. Grab your popcorn, ladies and gentlemen. Tune in live here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCLD. We're going to stick around for Adobe earnings here for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to shut it down here and be back with y'all tomorrow, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream today, man. I hope y'all made some cash today. I hope you earned something. I hope you learned something. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it. Let's tune into the show. We can't have a show without no music.
I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumber and say she perfect. I need you chicks like water. Baby girl came over, I took her panties panties off. She asked you going wrong, I said hell no. Pulled the magnum out and beat her till I'm soft. She said she want a child, I told her I'm not raw. But I do be getting a lot of paper. You can't take it, that means you a hater. Line up the line, my flow is sharper than a razor. On the scale she a 10, shawty slay with no makeup. I fuck her, she can't even wake up. Her pussy good, it need a flavor. She a boss, she don't need no favors. She been OT, she a slaver. Floated her wallet and sailor. Sorry, you call her later. Cause when I'm in the box, I'm swinging and jabbing, it's going down like Frazier. Chicks need me and I need them for all their good pleasure. If she eat Pisces, then she water, you might wanna save her. Had one, but she moved to Houston, you know I had to replace her. Now I got massive chicks moving slowly like glaciers. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumb her saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water. 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 She slipping, she sucking, she squirting. I need you chicks like water. She a dumb her saying she perfect. I need you chicks like water.
It's fucking DJ Goldie.
J Bunker. I don't want no problem with no pussy nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Hey, don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problems. I don't want, cause I might have to solve them. Yeah, you want a riddle? Taste the rainbow, yeah, you pop the bag of Skittles. I don't want no problem with no pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Nope. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. J Bunker. Don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with no pussy. I don't want no trouble. I got static, I wreak havoc. You can have it, yeah, my nigga. You can have it, you can have it. You run up on me, you end up tragic. Yeah, when I smoke a double baggy. Yeah, this shit is potent, yeah, you can have it, you can have it. Cause I'm smoking on that gas. Yeah, stay smoking that pack. Cause I don't want no power with a pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Yeah, don't push me, nigga. I don't want no problem with a pussy, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga. Don't push me, nigga.
Hey, I don't want no problems with no pussy ass nigga. Niggas getting hit up. Damn, what's going on? It's niggas, pussy ass niggas, pussy ass niggas. Hey, is the karma really out to get you? Hey, which side you on? Who with you? Hey, which side? Who slide? Who riding with you? Slide, who riding with you? Hey, who vibing going against you? Who vibing going against you? Better watch me to pay attention. Niggas jumped me and I knew it. After that, I had to get missing and add it up. Stack them digits. Stay on that. Never pretended. When that money coming in, yeah, you gon' see who your friends. When that money going out, you gon' see what they really about. It's Leonard P. and OG Zeus. tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the millions. Since we was little boys, our clubs had attendance. That mean we been getting injuries. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the millions. Hey, bro told me chill, we got some millions. I said I'm sitting still, I'ma figure out how to get a trillion. And we gon' get that trillion. And I ain't got no deal yet. I ain't signing no deals yet. You told, you wrote on a statement. I ain't with it. I don't feel it, I ain't even with it. So I mean I gotta get some temperament. And add up this money quick. Hey, rest in peace to Quick. And Rex. I'ma rag it up. For Rex. Push through to make them back it up. And that's facts.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. This is little boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest. Stack it to the ceiling, rack it up. We stack it to the millions. Tryna rack it to the billions. Tryna rack it to them billions. Yeah, my nigga tryna rack it to them trillions. You know just how I'm feeling. Yeah, my nigga, I'm sitting on the hill, man. Yeah, I'm tryna get a billion. Yeah, tryna be on a filming. Yeah, clip. Yeah, I'm with the crew. Yeah, my nigga, ooh. Yeah, my nigga, yeah, I'm fresh as you. Yeah, clean. Yeah, get a meal. Yeah, my nigga, fuck a deal. I ain't got no label. Yeah, my nigga, ooh, I'm tall, yeah, just like a fable. We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions. Since little boys, yeah, our clubs had attendance. That mean we getting interest.
We tryna stack it to the ceiling. We tryna stack it to the millions. We tryna rack it to the billions.
Yeah, man, it's your boy OG Zeus. Don't ever try to play this nigga. Nah, cause you might die.
Richie up.
Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, so Adobe is clapped. The report is out here. Then that's near their implied move. It was about 6.9% there. I think they just tagged it, or they're going to tag it. Ooh, it's over with. So that's, as I was just saying right before the bell closed there, or right before the, just before they started, yeah, it can go either way. Stay neutral out there. Stay cautious. Oh man. It might be time for a little market pullback. We have been rallying here. It might be time for a dip, a steep dip. I don't know yet, you guys. Like I said, you can't really call bottoms, you can't call tops. You just got to trust your charts and numbers, ladies and gentlemen. There you have it. Adobe is down $23, down 5%. Implied move was 6.9, right near it here. So that looked like that might stick. We're going to wrap it up here with LCAOD. It looks like they are walking her back out here. So if you're live, if you're at home, we're about to end this live, ladies and gentlemen. You can watch this at home, at your home, ladies and gentlemen. You can catch this live here in the Washington Post here. But LCAOD, we're going to wrap it up here. We're going to see y'all tomorrow, man. I hope y'all enjoyed the live stream. Shout out to Supreme Court confirmation hearing. Shout out to Judge Brown Jackson. They're working things out, moving the market, shifting to the unknown. Yes, sir. But yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Adobe is bouncing back up here, 449. So yeah, it's gonna be that until about 8 p.m. because you ain't gonna really get the real results till tomorrow open. That's post earnings. We'll see tomorrow, man. We'll see tomorrow. But this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll see y'all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Peace out. Let cash accumulate over days.